Durham and the Blaze. It's well, good evening.
Only one win in the Blast so far this season, second bottom in the table, but forget the statistics. Tonight is about history here at the Banks Homes Riverside. Friday the 13th might be unlucky for some. We're hoping it's lucky for Danny's Durham in their first ever standalone fixture. Can they claim their first home win of the T20 Blast season? Only one place to find out. Welcome to Durham Live. Yes, hello there, wherever you're watching, around the world, exclusively live on Fancode in India. Welcome along to the Banks Homes Riverside here in Chestler Street, and welcome along to Durham Live in association with Daffer News. I'm Andy Sixsmith, and after a couple of double headers to kickstart the season, well, all eyes, all focus on Danny Hazel's Durham side, who will take centre stage this evening and make history, making it their first ever stand-alone fixture, and certainly in this competition as well. It's a pretty tough test, you have to say. The Blaze are in town here in Chestler Street, fresh from a big win for them over the tabletoppers Surrey. But while Friday the 13th might be unlucky for some, we're really hoping it's lucky for Durham, and they end tonight with their first home win of the T20 Blast season. We shall see how it goes, but as ever, you can catch it all right here in one place. Every single second of the action, every catch caught, every ball bowled, every shot struck, right here on Durham Live. It's great to have you along, folks. However you're watching us, if you're on social media, use the hashtag For The North. Get in touch with us. Drop us your comments or your questions. If you're watching us on the YouTube stream, equally use the comments section to drop us a question, and I'm sure we'll be able to answer it. And I say we, I don't necessarily mean me, because it's about to introduce you to our pundits, or two of them at least this evening. They're the duo that you never knew you needed until now. Introducing the brains, certainly, in Polly Starkey, and the not-so-beauty in Ash Thorpe. It's the nicest introduction I've given you, Ash, this season, in fairness, mate, so it's getting better.
Progress.
Progress everywhere you look. Guys, great to have you. Look, we'll get onto the cricket in a second, but the last couple of days, it's not been too long since I've last seen the pair of you. Leading me to say, Polly, how was Sam Fender?
It was unreal. So good. So good. I mean, bear in mind, in the last couple of years, I've seen Sir Elton John, Sir Paul McCartney. Sam Fender was definitely up there.
Oh my God, praise indeed, praise indeed. There's some big name dropping in the Durham Live studio immediately there, Polly. Ash, a Sam Fender fan, or?
I am. Goes in hand with being a Newcastle fan, I think.
Of course.
Yeah, big fan. Haven't managed to get tickets, but, you know, I'm sure there'll be a time. Seen plenty on social media, big Dan Byrne in the crowd and the likes. Yeah, it looked fantastic.
It did. Did you get up to much in the day off or not?
Just work. Just the day job. Yeah.
Just the day job, and then he comes straight back in here and takes over punditry and commentary and everything in between. Well, for me, I was in the Farne Islands with my fiancée. It's my birthday this week, and my fiancée surprised me with a trip to the Farne Islands to go and see the Puffins. Don't know if you've ever seen them.
Yeah, I used to go as a kid all the time, every year.
Go. Yeah. It's cracking. It's absolutely amazing. You get pecked on the head by Arctic terns everywhere you go for protecting their nests. Honestly, this must be the most random introduction to Durham Live I think we've had this season. So should we get onto the cricket, maybe? And let's discuss what is going to be an historic night, regardless of result, here at the Banks Homes Riverside. Obviously, our first ever standalone fixture. Polly, like I say, it's a big night for Durham cricket tonight.
Yeah, it's a really big night. Obviously, the cricket should be really good. It's going to be difficult against the Blaze, but a great opportunity to do it on this stage as the standalone fixture. And who doesn't love cricket on a Friday night is perfect. Absolutely.
Ash, what about it? I mean, you know, we're expecting a good crowd in here in the Banks Homes Riverside, but the fact is that we are a fledgling outfit on the women's side. A night like tonight is a great night for Durham.
It's beautiful out there as well. You talk about being Friday night. It's about 20, 22 degrees, not a cloud in the sky, little light breeze. No place you'd rather be. Hopefully Durham can turn it on.
no place to rather be rather than in an aircon studio at the moment.
With a big bright light in your face.
Yeah, we'd much rather be doing Durham Live, with all due respect to our wonderful Deaf News studio, we'd rather be doing it pitch side tonight in 21, 22 degree temperatures here in Chester Street. It's rare the thermometer hits 22 degrees in the beautiful northeast of England. Polly, I mentioned our record at the start of this season just before. It's not the greatest on paper, let's face it, but 1 win in 5. Does it tell the whole story, though, or not?
I don't think so. I think the thing with the game on Wednesday as well is I just thought Durham batted really well. Obviously, Maddie Villiers, 85 not out, that was exceptional. But I think, I mentioned this on Wednesday that they got their highest ever total that they have done in the Blast. And that's very much progress. So, I don't think it does tell the full picture. And there've been a lot of close games across the board. That's with pretty much all the teams. Yeah. And it's a close table. It's one that things can switch around really quickly, especially with bonus points as well. Yeah. So, you can't write any team off, especially so early on. That's
why we love the T20, isn't it? I mean, it's so tight. The men's table's tight. The women's table is tight. Obviously, there's kind of Surrey, but less said about Surrey, the better. Doing quite well, relatively, although they did lose the other night against the Blaze. We'll come on to talking about the Blaze in a second. But bearing in mind our results on Wednesday, Ash, what's the mood been like in the camp over the last 2 days or so?
It was very emotional, actually. I went up in between the two games, and there was a lot of emotional girls up there. They were disappointed. I think Polly rightly said we batted beautifully, getting our highest score. But they'll reflect on our bowling and our fielding performance and know that probably wasn't up to the standards that they set. So, there was a bit of emotion up there, but the good thing about this competition is that the games come thick and fast. You can put that aside and get out there and give it another crack tonight against a really good Blaze side.
And that's another beauty of T20, isn't it? I mean, it's a well-worn phrase in many walks of life, but it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And I'm sure that's the phrase that Danny Hazel, Polly, is trying to drive into a Durham team right now. It doesn't matter 1 win in 5, it's how we go from here.
Exactly. And, I said this on Wednesday that winning's a habit, and it is so difficult when you're not in that rhythm of winning games, and that's exactly what the Blaze are, so that will make it difficult. But it's an opportunity. Every game is a new game, and they've got Lauren Filer back, which is so exciting. They're strengthened, and they are a really good side, and they can beat teams. They've done that in the 50 over, so I think it's just holding on to a bit of belief, as cheesy as it sounds, like just to keep going, because those opportunities, they can get a couple of early wickets, and that could change the game for them.
Absolutely. This is why I like having you in the Daft News studio, Polly. You go breaking the team news before we've even got round to the teams. Lauren Filer back from England duty tonight and straight back into the team, which is great to see. We'll come on to Lauren and discuss her in just a few minutes' time. But looking at that table, Ash, I mean, there's some blooming good sides there, guaranteed. Has it almost been a baptism of fire so far for Durham? But in a way, is that a good thing for this fledgling side?
It's really tough. It's been a tough start. We've assembled what I think is a good squad, a really good balanced squad. However, it's a young squad. And I think the whole build-up to this, I think there's been a bit of weight of expectations on those shoulders as well. They've come to a club that's had real success, but as a young club. Yeah. So kind of the expectations are that the girls hit the ground running and are all of a sudden championship contenders. Yeah. Well, we've seen that hasn't happened at the start, but I do believe that in this squad, give them a little time, give them some opportunities. We've seen that they've put two halves together, but they just haven't done it in the same game. Yeah. So can tonight be that night where we bat well, we bowl and field well, and we claim a big scalp?
Oh, it's setting it up perfectly, isn't it? I'm going to ask you to repeat that very, very line in about 15, 20 minutes' time. We're about 21 minutes away from the start of this one. Durham taking on the Blaze. Historic night here at the Banks Homes Riverside. Of course, our first ever standalone fixture, of course, has always been double headers so far this season. We talk about the squad as the aircon's gone off, and it's suddenly gone... I don't know how you're in a long-sleeve T-shirt in here, Ash. It's lucky that I'm not in shorts, but the audience don't deserve that. It's one thing or another across the world. We talk about the squad there, and we could pick apart that squad in terms of talented names. I mean, Susie Bates has been excellent so far this season. Holly Armitage had a big knock. But Polly, a name you just mentioned there, I mean, Maddie Villiers, what a night for her. All right, the result didn't quite go right for Durham, but to get a career best in the T20, it was an absolutely sensational knock from Maddie.
It was such a good innings, and it wasn't kind of the flashy T20 innings you would sometimes see. It was a bit more measured. It was safe cricket, which is precisely what Durham needed in those moments. They lost a couple of early wickets, and Villiers came in and just really steadied the ship. And, not that many players stuck with her, but she was kind of the anchor throughout all of that. And, I just thought she was fantastic.
Absolutely. To kind of post up an innings like that in the way that exactly perfectly how Polly has described there, Ash, in the sense of how she constructed that innings. How much confidence does that give Maddie with the bat, bearing in mind she is an absolutely tremendous all-rounder, for the rest of this competition?
Yeah, it should. I mean, that's the breakthrough innings that you believe that you belong at this level. We've seen individuals now create those. Can we now put maybe two of those in an innings together? So can Susie Bates and Maddie Villiers get that big partnership? We saw in the men's game the other night that there was a partnership of 90, I think, between Ollie Robinson and Colin Ackerman.
Yeah.
And that set up a win, set up a good total and set up a win. So they'll know their milestones and their key performance indicators to get to those targets that they want to hit. And maybe with that strike power of Lauren Filer coming back into the team, maybe that score of 160 is enough.
I was going to say, what is Lauren going to bring to the team, Polly? And I'm sure you're going to answer with plenty.
Yeah, I mean, Lauren Filer is brilliant. I've seen her for England. I've seen her at Western Storm in the previous few years, and she offers so much. And one thing I really noticed over the last couple of years is she made a big adjustment a couple of winters ago, and that was kind of adding an extra yard to her run-up, and that just improved her pace so much. She's become kind of the fast bowler of the England women's side, and I mean, it's not just her pace. She tends to be quite economical as well, and obviously she's just come off a series win against the West Indies and is just doing so well, and her career has just drastically risen. So it's so good to see a player like that doing so well. And she hasn't been able to play tons of games for Durham so far with injuries and things like that, and obviously England duty, but it is so good to see her here in Chester Street, and hopefully she'll have a good night out with the ball.
Absolutely, because we've talked the batting, and there's been some really, really good performances with the bat this season, but it's probably fair to say that the bowling hasn't necessarily done the business yet. Bringing in a player like Lauren Filer, that's a huge, huge addition to the team. It's
massive. You look at, and I spoke to Danny Hazel about this the other day, their three seam bowlers are 20, 18 and 18.
Yeah.
So young. And we mentioned the signing of Lauren Filer. She's huge for that group.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Lauren hasn't been around through a variety of reasons, injuries and England call-ups. So the more that Lauren's around, the more that the girls can learn from her, talk to her about bowling, get to see her in action. You want to see your role models, and she'll lead from the front today. I watched her warm up; she was bowling quick, genuinely quick.
Yeah.
So I'm actually really excited to see what she can throw up today.
And it is that word as well, isn't it? It's experience. I mean, we talk about the age of some of these Durham players, and they are very, very young. They are still learning. As non-patronising as I want to be them, certainly at the age of 18, you are still learning the game. Lauren has this experience to bring into the squad as well, Polly.
Yeah, I mean, I remember when she made her England debut, she was thrown into a situation playing a test match against Australia in the Ashes at Trent Bridge. Like, you don't get thrown in the deep end more than that, really. And she was outstanding on debut. I think she almost got Elise Perry first ball and then actually got her out for 99. So, she has tons of experience now playing in World Cups, Ashes, just kind of everything you want under your cricket belt. So, she's got that. And I think it's really important that she's had those times on the field where maybe it hasn't gone her way, and it has been more difficult from a bowling perspective, and I think that's really important. That's more than anything, I think, like more than success.
Yeah.
That offers so much more because you learn from those moments.
Yeah.
And so if she can bring that to the players, obviously they did have a difficult time with the ball on Wednesday, and if she can kind of put her arm around the younger players and be like, that happens, that's cricket. Yeah. Let's move to the next game and see what we can do here. Yeah,
we can't wait to see what Lauren does tonight. We can't wait to see what Durham do tonight against the Blaze. Big game here in Chester Street. Ash, you know Danny very, very well. You talk to Danny each and every week, probably most days, in fairness. How has she found this start to the season?
How can I put this diplomat? I think she's a little bit frustrated.
You've been on Durham Live before. You don't have to be that diplomatic.
I think she is frustrated. She sees so much talent in this group, and I think she has to remind herself that this is a brand new kind of journey that this club is on.
Yeah,
a lot of young players that are learning, and I think she's looking probably a year, 2 years down the line where she might see the fruits of her labour. She might have a battle on her hands for a little bit, but she's excited for what she sees the talent in this group. I think individually we've seen pieces of brilliance from each of them. We just need to see that a little bit more consistently and throughout the 20 overs with the ball and then the 20 overs with the bat. They know what they need to do.
Yeah.
It's now time to start putting that into practice and put a smile on the coach's face.
Absolutely, and putting a smile on our faces as well in the Durham Live studio. I mean, come on, we need a win to talk about, don't we? In the Daffa News studio for guaranteed. We'll hear from Danny Hazel in just a second, but Polly, I just want to get your thoughts on Danny and kind of exactly what Ash has said there in terms of just building this squad, building this team up in the first chance, really, at T20 cricket. How do you think she's gone so far as a head coach?
Honestly, I've been so impressed. I think from the start when she signed the contract with Durham and came up here, I thought immediately that's such a good incentive. And you notice that with the players that signed, Holly Armitage coming straight away. And obviously she was down at the Northern Diamonds before. And to get such a big pool of players from there wanting to come up, and a lot of that had to do with Danny Hazel being here. I think that says so much about her as a coach. And obviously she's got plenty of experience throughout her England career, and she's been through all those moments. So, yeah, I just think she's such a good person to have leading a team. She seems like a fun person as well, but also can be serious, and actually has got such a good cricket brain as well. So yeah, I've been really impressed, and also just kind of, I know that she's only one of a few female coaches leading a county side, and obviously now we've got Charlotte Edwards coaching England, but actually those roles aren't, there aren't that many opportunities, and so I think this word gets overused, but she is a bit of a trailblazer in that sense, and I've been impressed with what she's done, especially with building a squad for the future, and that's been so evident. When Grace Thompson came and made her debut that first game, that's building for the future, and I just think she's been excellent so far, even if the results haven't necessarily reflected that. It's
been great to see the impact that she has had on Durham. I mean, Polly, great point there about the fact that there are still a dearth of female coaches in the game, which really needs to be rectified, and the fact that we've got someone like Danny Hazel here at Durham is an absolutely wonderful testament to the work that Danny's put in, but also the fact that Durham are looking at it and going, look, we want to give the jobs to the best people. Danny is the best person for it. Unfortunately, Danny was a pundit on Durham Live last season. She was blooming brilliant as a pundit, and we don't have her this season. But fortunately, we've replaced her relatively well with you two. Shall we hear from her then? Obviously, it was a defeat on Wednesday, which was a bit disappointing, a bit frustrating. But as ever, Ash squared up, went downstairs, and immediately had a chat with the head coach, Danny Hazel, to reflect on the game.
So, Danny, another tough day, another tough afternoon at the office.
I think it's pretty much second half was only ourselves to blame, really. I think we created opportunities and we didn't take them from a fielding point of view. That could have took the game even deeper, but I don't think we should go away from how well Maddie played in the first half. There probably wasn't a couple who started to support her, but that was a brilliant innings, and if you're doing things like that, you shouldn't be losing games of cricket. So it's our job to look inside, really, and it's our job to put this right. If I'm honest, we've probably put ourselves in a bit of a hole in terms of the comp, but now we've only got to look one way, and that's the only thing we can do, really.
Yeah, still plenty to play for. However, if we look at the innings as a whole, you lose Susie Bates, your overseas player, arguably one of the greatest players that's played the women's game early. You must have been thrilled with how the girls bounced back to post 160, and you mentioned Maddie's innings there.
Absolutely. I think, and Batesy's been brilliant throughout her time here so far, and like cricket is, you're going to fail now and again, and it's about other people standing up, and Maddie did that today, and I think, again, if you put us in that position, if we, us ourselves are better in the field and with the ball, then we've got every right to defend that. So, a bit of time for a self-reflection, and as they say, you've got to dust ourselves off now, we've got to go again.
Yeah, 162 at halfway, you must have been pretty happy with that. Like I say, probably the missing piece has been that innings of a 70 or 80 to get you to that defendable total.
Yeah, maybe just lost a little bit of momentum at the back end. I mean, a pretty good over from MR at the back end just took a bit of sting out. But I don't, we can't field like that and bowl arguably in patches not great and expect to win games of cricket. So again, we have to go away and we've got to look at ourselves and try to dust it off and go again.
It is a big learning curve, especially for the youngsters, isn't it? You look at your seam attack, your oldest seamer is at 20 years of age, then you throw in Trudy and Grace, the two youngsters. You did create chances though. You created opportunities to take wickets with catches and run-outs. Yep. That must be the disappointing part. Yeah,
again, you're right. We did create opportunities, but professional sport, you've got to take them. And, you don't get many chances now. The game's becoming the game's gone up a level, and we've got to make sure that we're not trying to keep catching up with that level. We've got to push past that level. And at the minute, maybe that dressing room will feel that that's a long way away, but we believe that there's a talent in that group to do it. We just got to keep giving opportunity. And like you say, they're young. We've got to keep putting them out there, give them opportunity to try and get better and better.
So great to hear from Danny there from Wednesday evening. We're back here in the Datha News studio ahead of this one. If you are just joining us, Durham against the Blaze. Historic night, really, for Durham as well. Their first standalone game, certainly in T20 action this evening. We've got Polly Starkey and Ash Thorpe here in the Datha News studio. Guys, I want to talk to you about the occasion tonight, because it is the first time, like we've constantly referenced, that Durham will be playing a game, standalone fixture, under the lights here in Chester Street. How big an occasion is this for the team? But more importantly, how much do you think they're going to rise to that occasion, Polly?
Yeah, it's a really special occasion. Hopefully a lot of people come down for it because, it's beautiful weather. It's perfect cricket weather, actually, to be a spectator. So, yeah, it's a bit of pressure on the team a little bit, especially against the Blaze, who are a really good side. Yeah. But hopefully they rise to the occasion. They want to entertain the crowd. And, I think we'll probably see that in the cricket today.
Is that what a lot of these players, from a player's perspective, Ash, they're going to be looking at this and thinking, there is a platform here. There's going to be a decent crowd here in Chester Street. Yes, there's pressure, but there's also an opportunity to shine tonight.
Absolutely, and these are why we play these games. That big part of the Durham bid was to play our games here at the Banks Homes Riverside. Yep. We've seen a lot of the other counties there, Tier 1 women have played on outgrounds. Yep. We are predominantly playing our games here, which I absolutely love. Big occasions, there was nothing better than when I played back when the dinosaurs roamed the earth and playing under
1800s
under floodlights. Even some of them were generator floodlights that were bought in. But there's something about playing night cricket. The music's going and you get excited. And for the Durham youngsters, they can look in their own change rooms. They've got Susie Bates, they've got Lauren Filer. They can look in the opposition. They've got the likes of Tammy Beaumont and Sarah Glenn. Yeah. They're role models that have been there and done it on the biggest stage. Can our youngsters now start to push them, especially the Knots or the Blaze players, give them a little nudge and tell them that they're around, and put Durham on the map.
Absolutely, and it's a nice easy test for them tonight against a Blaze side who won't have any confidence whatsoever after knocking off Surrey on Wednesday, Polly.
Yeah, when I saw that Tammy Beaumont and Sarah Glenn were back in the squad as well, I thought that's just the double blow after what they did against Surrey. And the Blaze are stacked. They've got so many good players, and with Georgia Elwes coming from the Vipers last season, just adds another, someone with plenty of England caps and who's so experienced as well. But they've got the Bryce as well, Kirsty Gordon leading that side, who is a fantastic leader. They were the kind of champions of this competition, even though it was the Charlotte Edwards Cup last season. So their form in T20 cricket is incredible. It's going to be a difficult test. And as I say, when I saw those players were in the squad, I just thought, oh, poor Durham. But at the same time, it's an opportunity. Exactly. And, for players to get to play against the best, that's really important. That's so special. And again, you mentioned the sense of occasion. You want to be playing against the best players, and if a young Durham player can get Tammy Beaumont out, what a moment that will be.
I know. Want to tell a lot of people about friends, family, etc. It'll be a good one to have. Right, okay. You guys are going to prep yourselves for commentary in a second. So, Ash, it's very rare that I pay you a compliment in the Datha News studio, but ready yourself, sit back. Here it comes. Your predictions have been blooming hot this season. They've been excellent. It's early in the season, but they've been excellent. Hit me with it. What's going to happen tonight?
I think it's going to be a high-scoring game. I think spin is going to be crucial. And I want Durham to sneak it, but it's going to be a really tough test against an excellent Blaze outfit.
You'd make a good politician, mate. You'd make a good politician.
Splinters in backside.
Polly, what about you? How'd you see it go?
Can I say no comment?
No, you may not. Not here in the Japanese studio.
Oh, it's difficult. As I say, I think spin will be important. I can see Katie Levick taking a couple of wickets. Equally, Sarah Glenn. I think she'll be among the wickets. Again, high scoring, especially from Blaze's perspective, they've got some batters who can bat all day. But I think Durham are going to put in a really good shift, especially with the bat, kind of similar to what they did on Wednesday, and hopefully will improve a bit with the ball as well.
They're going to have to, because Blaze have won the toss. They've decided to have a ball this evening here at the Banks Homes Riverside. But the question is, what on earth is the pitch looking like? And thankfully, we've got a man here in the Datha News studio who'll be able to tell us. Now, we named this terribly the other evening, so I'm going to give this another go. Welcome along, to the Thorpe Report.
Well, good evening and welcome to the Banks Homes Riverside for tonight's clash between Durham and the Blaze. It's a beautiful evening here in Chesley Street. There's a light breeze and hardly a cloud in the sky. And what a pitch that we have for tonight's game. It was used for the International, it was used for the doubleheader on Wednesday, but I'm telling you, this pitch is still an absolute beauty. It's rock hard, there's a beautiful covering of grass on it. Boundaries are about 60 metres all the way around, and we're in for a cracker. I think it'll be a high scoring game. If it was me, I would win the toss and bat first.
Really surprised, sir, just to see Ash Thorpe on the big screen, to be honest. Who let him out there? Anyway, the Thorpe Report's all done and dusted. The pitch looking very, very good. The Blaze have won the toss and decided to have a ball. And Ash and Polly have decided to head off to the commentary booth. They couldn't stand to be alongside me any longer, which is why I'm absolutely shocked and surprised that Claire Jenkins wanted to be alongside me instead. Claire, welcome along to Durham Live. Your debut. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. I've been here before with Polly for
Yes.
50 over. But this is my Vitality Blast debut here.
It's much more entertaining when you're alongside Polly rather than me. Let me tell you that for free. What we got, 4 minutes to go until the start of this one. How are you feeling about this from a Durham perspective?
I mean, you mentioned the occasion, and you mentioned also that Lauren Filer's back because I think she's going to be potentially a big player this evening, and also the opposition have got Beaumont and Glenn back, so that's going to be a real dynamic. But I think it's going to be interesting because we've got some Scottish and some New Zealand subplots here this evening.
Go on.
Yeah,
Talk me through them.
Well, Durham,
I like when someone appears to the Daffy News studio and tells me stories. Come on, Claire.
Well, Durham have Catherine Fraser.
Yep.
And who doesn't want to be a wildcat? Because the Scottish women are called the Wildcats.
Yep.
So she's a wildcat. But also in the opposition, we've got the captain of the Wildcats, Catherine Bryce, and Sarah Bryce, and also former Wildcat in Kirsty Gordon, who's the captain of the Blaze. So there's a kind of, there's a bit of extra spice there, Scottish spice.
Claire, it doesn't take much, but my head hurts. I'm almost confused by that, but fantastic day. Very quickly, while the two teams are coming out, the two Durham openers are out, they're doing their warm-ups, they're doing their stretches, etc. How do you see it going tonight?
Well, Durham are going to bat first, so they're going to need to put a decent total on. I'm hoping that we're going to see Susie Bates really open up here, Leah Dobson, Heath, Armitage. We want to really see some good, decent partnerships here, and then we'll see what sort of score we can put on the board to defend.
Absolutely. Claire, it's been a joy to have you in the studio. We'll have you back on in the pundit's chair, more certainly after you've done your commentary stint. Thank you very, very much. But as you can see, folks, they're out there on the pitch. They're almost ready for this one. History for Durham. Their first standalone fixture. It's Durham against the Blaze. And it's time to pass you up to your commentary team of first, Polly Starkey, and the tremendous tones of a lad who was born in the 1800s, Mr. Ashley Thorpe.
Wow. Thanks very much, mate. Not really sure where to go from there. Well, let's run through the team lineup. Polly's absolutely stuffed me out of sight there. I was born in the 1700s. It's going to be Susie Bates and Leah Dobson to open the batting for Durham, and it's going to be McCarthy with the first ball. It's pulled away into the leg side. McCarthy opening the bowling from the Finkel end. So, Durham lineup, Susie Bates, Leah Dobson, Maddie Villiers, Holly Armitage as the captain, Bess Heath with the gloves, Mia Rogers, Catherine Fraser, Phoebe Turner, and a couple of changes. The youngsters have missed out today, so we've got Sophia Turner, Lauren Filer are in, Grace Thompson and Trudy Johnson are out, and Katie Levick will be at 11. And the Blaze lineup, very strong. Tammy Beaumont, Marie Kelly, Catherine Bryce, Georgia Elwes, Heather Graham, Sarah Bryce, Ella Claridge, Sarah Glenn, Kirsty Gordon, the captain, Cassidy McCarthy, who has ball in hand, and Grace Ballinger. Nicely driven, but won't beat the field. A little bit of a fumble. Beautiful night here, Polly.
Yeah, it's glorious. The weather's been incredible over the last few days, but particularly today, absolutely boiling. I think I've got a bit of sunburn on my scalp, which isn't good.
At least you haven't got my scalp. That's short and it's pulled away. That's 6. Massive blow. Early doors. Leah Dobson picking up the length quickly, jumping all over that. And what a good start for Durham. Getting a boundary early. Not just a boundary, but a massive 6, Polly.
Yeah, what a way to start. I'm pretty sure she hit 4 last game, and that was her debut from her first ball. So what a way to start, a 6.
Slightly short there from McCarthy and jumped all over that one, Leah Dobson. And that's where she's very strong as well. She drives but can't beat. It's Tammy Beaumont there at point. Good bit of fielding by the England opener. We'll get this one out of the way early, Polly. Where do you stand on the Blaze? Every other tier one has kind of joined the party of the club that they're affiliated with. We'll come to that after this ball. That's short again, and this one's hit but straight to the fielder and he's gone. Saw Graham Clark go similarly the other day. I'm sure that's not how they were hoping to get that dismissal early, but Leah Thompson has hit that straight down the fielder's throat, and Cassidy strikes in the first over. Durham 7 for 1.
Yeah, frustrating for Dobson. Started so well, but tried to play a similar shot, but went straight to the hands of the fielder. So 7 without loss. Yeah, on the Blaze, I mean, I've had this conversation with people many a time, and it frustrates me because if every team had done that, then there would be no point to this restructure. If Durham turned around and said, actually, we want to still be the Northern Diamonds, well, there would be no point to this change. And I think having the same branding and the same identity as the men's team is really important. And, you know, that's not just from kind of a cricket perspective, that's from a marketing perspective. And I just think having the same logo, the same kit, all that sort of thing is really important. And especially for, you know, girls growing up playing cricket in Nottinghamshire, you know, they might feel a really strong affiliation with that. So then having to play for the Blaze, I think, is a slightly strange one. But I know, you know, Blaze fans have different opinions and they do feel an identity with that team. But yeah, it was just a slightly strange decision in my opinion.
There you go. Cassidy in again. That one will be a wide. The officials today, local Amy Clark and the experienced James Middlebrook. Another local, Will Smith, is the match referee. Spends plenty of time on the road, does Will. The Blaze, having won the toss and put Durham into bat, have picked up a wicket in the first over. And this one's pulled away. And it will find the sweeper out in the deep. And that will end over number 1. Durham are 8 for 1. Maddie Villiers' career best innings on Wednesday. Out to the middle after the loss of Leah Dobson. Caught in the deep by Catherine Bryce after bowling of McCarthy.
Maddie Villiers potentially will have a slight sense of deja vu, having to come to the middle early again. But if she can put in a similar performance to what she did on Wednesday, then Durham are in safe hands. I think the difficult thing is they do know the Blaze have a stacked batting lineup with, you know, Beaumont and Kelly opening. Marie Kelly, I don't know how many people know this, but you know, she holds the record for the fastest recorded list day 50. So she scored that. It was a random game that I was at a couple of years ago in the middle of Gloucestershire, and she scored it for Warwickshire from 15 balls. So you know, she's a big hit. And
that's
then
you've obviously
you've got Catherine Bryce, Georgia Elwis, Heather Graham as their overseas player. So yeah, it'll be a difficult challenge as Ballinger is going to be opening from the Lumley end. This one driven into the offside, but we'll just get the single.
Ballinger would have played with quite a lot of the Northern Diamonds girls as part of the Superchargers franchise. Left arm. Normally gets the ball to swing back into the right-hander. Immediately Sarah Bryce is going to stand up to the stumps. Going back to that 50-over game, I thought just absolutely superb behind the stumps. Set a very, very good standard.
Ballinger in again to Bates. There'll be no run available. 10 for 1.
Just a little bit of swing there. Lots of noise from the Blaze girls.
Yeah, a lot of chat in the field. I'm sure they'll be buzzing after their win over Surrey. Ballinger in again. Susie Bates coming down the track. We'll just find mid-off.
Yeah, keeper went up. She's gone back, and I think she's going to stand up again. If you're joining us on Durham Live, just a reminder to hit the like and subscribe button, just to stay in touch with everything that Durham Live has to offer from all of our live streams and any player interviews that take place throughout this 2025 season.
Bates still on strike as Ballinger's in. She tries to flick this one off the pads, but it'll go down as another dot ball.
A little bit of swing from the left armour back into Susie Bates. Important for Durham not to panic here.
It's been nice to watch Ballinger over the last couple of years. She's 23 now, but I saw her, I think it was about 4 years ago, she took her first 5-foot, and I think that was kind of the turning point in her career. She just looked really comfortable after that as she's in again. This one lofted up, and it's going to go all the way for 4. So that'll be
No
14
ball
for
as well,
1.
yeah.
Yeah, oh.
Just doesn't look too happy there. Grace Ballinger got the double teapot on at the having a chat with Amy Clark. Good batting from Bates, wasn't it? Just using the shape that Ballinger's getting in there. Hitting that one away wide of mid-on. Free hit. This is where I was saying you don't need to panic here at this early stage. That changed immediately now. Get a boundary now, you get a free hit, and almost Durham are 15 for 1. If it can get a boundary off this ball, then you would almost say it's a good start for Durham. Can change very quickly momentum in this game.
Ballinger just having a discussion at the top of her mark as into her rhythm again. Straight to a fielder.
It's a good
Tammy
result.
Beaumont. $15 for 1. The score remains. Ballinger to Bates. She preempts this one and goes to scoop it, and it's going to go all the way for 4. That's the second boundary of the over for Bates.
Clever batting, wasn't it? Just again using the shape that Ballinger's getting. What I really enjoyed about from Bates was just a head position, stayed really still all the way to contact. And again, picks up another boundary, 19 for 1. Yeah, if you've got any comments, guys watching on the live stream, then feel free. We'll try to answer them. We've got a few coming in there that saying that they're not fans agree around wanting them to be part of Nottinghamshire. But the management said no, and the ECB didn't enforce it, so they are what they are. I'm sure they'll still be supported well by the Midlands outfit. Kirsty McCarthy to continue. This one's cut away. There's a sweeper out in the deep. Sarah Glenn escorts that out to Tammy Beaumont. And Maddie Villiers will get off the mark, just getting a bat through the bat gauge. Beautiful night here in Chesley Street.
Yeah, the sun is gorgeous. We can see Lumley Castle to our right.
That's hit fiercely by Susie Bates and will run away for 4. Gave herself a little bit of room. I thought Tammy Bowman at one stage was going to get around to field that. Chester the Lion's going to do that for her instead, as that one races away across to the Don Robson Pavilion for another boundary. Sweetly timed by Susie Bates.
Yeah, another good shot from Bates, who will be keen to get a big score here on home turf.
Short and again cut away. This one will find Beaumont in the deep. I think everybody's happy with a single from that delivery. $25 now for 1.
Susie Bates timing the ball nicely. Moving around in the crease, trying to create scoring opportunities in this power play. Just nips in a little bit from McCarthy. Nice tight line. De Villiers, I did it again. Maddie Villiers, not De Villiers.
I mean, it's a very rare surname, so I think it's easily done.
I did really well. I think it took me 30 odd overs to get that one in last time. It took me 2.5 this afternoon. Just a little change in the field there. It's Cassidy waits at the top of her mark. This time Villiers clothed it, and it probably would have gone straight to that fielder had she not moved. However, Villiers will pick up a single.
26 for 1 with Bates on 14, Villiers on 4.
Right, it's trying to be proactive, the two Durham batters, creating scoring opportunities. And Bates cracks that one away. Sarah Glenn does brilliantly in the field. Stopped a certain boundary. Excellent fielding from the leg spinner.
Yeah, that was really sharp from Sarah Glenn. Saved a couple of runs. So 3 overs gone, 26 for 1.
Steve's popped up and says the good thing about keeping the Blaze name is it's meant that Derby and Leicester-based fans can stick with the franchise. Since they're kind of contracted from all around the East Midlands.
I think that's a really interesting one, because I think if I was Leicester or Derby, I would feel a little bit aggrieved because Derbyshire couldn't enter the bid because of financial reasons, but Leicestershire bidded for a Tier 1 side and were really gutted to not get that. But actually they're hosting quite a few of the Blazers games. So I think that, that's quite an interesting dynamic that's going on there. And strictly speaking, the Blaze are Nottinghamshire. But they are playing all around the region. As change of bowling, Kirsty Gordon, the captain.
It's just experience everywhere you look in this Blaze lineup, isn't there?
Yeah, plenty of international caps. Kirsty Gordon, obviously representing Scotland and then England in more recent times. As Gordon's in again. Really nice by Susie Bates. It's going to go all the way for 4. Let's push that one round the corner.
Yeah, we saw on Wednesday how quick this outfield was, and that was nothing more than tapping that one on the head from Susie Bates, using all the pace on the ball. Be interesting to see if Gordon just slows it up a little bit more now.
Took 3 for 35 against Surrey in that big win that we mentioned. Gordon with left arm off spin. 31 for 1.
Keep those comments coming in, guys. We'll try and answer them as best as we can.
Gordon in. This one's lofted. A really nice shot all the way for 4. That's glorious from Bates.
Beautiful use of the feet. Got to the pitch and hit it straight back over the bowler's head. Another boundary. This is turning into a good start after the early loss of Dobson. 35 on the board. A couple of balls remaining in the 4th over.
Slight tap and run, but Bates is going to go back. The bells are whipped off. She was safely home, but they hesitated on that decision to run, and it's a little bit nervy for a second from a Durham perspective.
Yeah, you don't want to lose a wicket like that.
No.
Good feeling by Sarah Glenn, but in the end, the call was just in time to send Susie Bates back.
35 for 1 as Gordon's in again. That's going to be another boundary potentially. Tammy Beaumont in pursuit, and yes, it does go all the way for 4.
A little bit more fortune that one, Polly. A thick outside edge. I think Bates was aiming more to try and hit that one through the covers, but will more than happily take that result. Another boundary. And an expensive over from Gordon. 3 boundaries from it.
Yeah, not typical of Kirsty Gordon really, but Bates really able to take advantage.
Gone for 13. Not over. A good one for Durham in the power play. 39 for 1 now after 4.
I think they know they have to get a big total on the board. They've clearly seen what the Blaze have done over the last few weeks in the Blast, and especially that game against Surrey. They would have really been keeping close tabs on that. So they know that setting a big total is important. And we're going to see Grace Ballinger switch to bowling from the Finkel end.
Just back of a length and pulled away into the leg side. Another single. Couple of overs here. If Durham can get through this, and even if they're, just even 50 for 1, you would feel that that's a good start. Bryce again standing up to the stump. Susie Bates has used her feet on a few different occasions. So just trying to keep the New Zealand great honest and in her crease. That also adds a little bit of pressure to the bowler, knowing that she can't bowl down that leg side. And she does bowl down the leg side. It's pulled away, but top edged. Doesn't quite carry to the fielder in the deep, thankfully, from a Durham point of view. And what would have helped there is I think that would have gone into the sun, so it might not have been picked up straight away from the Nottingham fielder. Well, sorry, the Blaze fielder. See, I'm getting them all mixed up already today.
I think the first couple of games that I did just after that transition was difficult to remember all the different names.
Bit of swing, and I tell you what, it swung right onto the middle of Maddie Villiers' bat, as that one is creamed through the covers for 4.
That's probably my favourite shot we've seen so far today. Just so nicely struck. Just gloriously sped away to the boundary.
It was all timing, wasn't it? We saw a lot of class from Villiers on Wednesday. I'm not going to lie, my favourite's a pull shot, and always will be. That one from Leah Dobson, picking up the length and launching it over mid-wicket. But that was a glorious shot. Good line. Ballinger not as much width on this occasion. Maddie's still looking to give herself a little bit of room. Putting her foot down the line of leg stump. .45 for 1, Durham. Ballinger a hop, skip and a jump. And that's the slower ball that is lifted over mid-on and away for 4 more. This pitch is an absolute beauty. You can trust it. You can put your hands through it. And Maddie Villiers has certainly done that there. Picking the slow ball quickly and launching that one away for another 4. She looks in great form, Polly.
Yeah, batting over the sun blazing down. And as you say, lovely pitch for a bit of batting. A really good power play so far of the final ball approaching.
It's driven nicely, but won't beat cover. So that ends the 5th over. And Durham on 49 for 1. With Villiers on 14 and Susie Bates on 27. I'm going to leave you for a few overs and introduce Claire alongside Polly.
Another big over for Durham. As we say, 49 for 1, getting close to the 50 mark. Susie Bates, 27 from 16, and Maddie Villiers, 14 from 11.
Ooh. Still in the power play though, Polly.
1 over remaining.
Yep.
We've got Catherine Bryce. Although the scoreboard does say Sarah Bryce, it's definitely, if Sarah Bryce was bowling, I would love to know what Kirsty Gordon was up to with her captaincy decisions there. As Bryce is in. Fielded well by Sarah Glenn.
Yeah, they are multi-talented, but we haven't seen Sarah Bryce bowl much. Well, I'm sure she can.
I mean, I'm sure if she can bat and wicket keep, I'm sure she could. But I mean, every sibling kind of bats, bowls, wicket keeps with their other sibling in the garden.
Both,
So
yeah.
I'm sure she's done that at some point. But she is a fine wicket keeper behind the stumps. As Bryce right arm seam into Bates.
You can't keep Catherine Bryce out of a game, can you?
No.
I mean, she's been winning Player of the Match awards just for fun, really, and they must be just like, oh, here we go. Catherine Bryce Hart again.
Still 49 for 1. Score will tally up to bring up the 50 for Durham.
Beautiful evening here. I know that you guys have mentioned it already, but it's a lovely warm Friday evening. Get yourself down here, bring a picnic, or remember to press the like button on the YouTube stream so that other people can find us.
Definitely. It is really warm here.
We did a cold game at the beginning of the season, didn't we? 50 overs. Now we've got the opposite end.
Bryce in again to Villiers. Lofted into the air. That should be 4, and it is 4.
Beautiful shot there. They've left her a gap there, so I don't know if that's a trap or she's picked that spot.
Yeah, I guess it's difficult with setting your field within the power play and not being able to have as many fielders on the ring. But yeah, this has been classy so far from Villiers and Bates.
Few words from Kirsty Gordon there, what she whispered in Catherine Bryce's ear.
Bryce in again, this time shorter. It's been pulled away, but we'll find the fielder.
The whisper must have been bang one in and see what she does.
55 for 1. Final ball of the over. That'll just be a single to finish. So 56 for 1. 6 overs gone. 14 overs remain. Bates on 29 from 20 and Villiers 19 from 13. So a really good start with the bat from a Durham perspective.
We talked about the needs for a decent partnership up front, didn't we? And they were Derbyshire got so many names in my head. Durham was unlucky to lose that wicket in the first over, so this partnership could be vital, particularly after Villiers, you mentioned it before, the 85 against the Bears off 56 balls, 11 fours and a 6. Oh, she'll want to channel some of that for tonight, won't she?
Yeah, it was a fine innings, as we've mentioned a number of times, and obviously to get a career best as well, that's just the cherry on top, really.
It looked like it might be enough. I was watching a bit of the live stream and it looked like it might be a little bit over par even, but not to be so, unfortunately. Wednesdays we got Sarah Glenn back from England duty, tossing the ball from hand to hand, blonde ponytail. That's forward and played into the leg side. Catherine Bryce will come off the rope and they get through for an easy single there. Susie Bates, world champion, of course, in this format, and that's the 50-run partnership up. Bates 29 of those and Villiers 19 of those off 33 balls in 21 minutes. Glenn decides what she's going to serve next, this time to Maddie Villiers, taps the ground, comes forward and plays that to mid-off, and that's just the 1 run. Another one to the total. Score moves on to 59 for 1. Here in the sunshine at the Banks Homes Riverside Stadium, glorious sunshine, long shadows as Glenn comes in again. It's played into mid-wicket. I'm just going to trot through for another one. Just the 1 to the score. 60 for 1. Villiers on 20. Bates on 31. You mentioned about the blaze. For the critics, it feels like an opportunity to just play lots of grounds in the East Midlands, doesn't it? As Glenn comes in again and Villiers cuts that into the offside. There's a fielder. Tammy Beaumont comes off the rope there. Fields that in. They get another one to the total. Yeah, it feels, the critics would say, oh, well, it's just an excuse because they want to play some games at Loughborough and Derby and Leicester and so forth. But legend has it the players asked for it. as Glenn comes in right arm over. It's a reverse. It's a bit messy and it doesn't go anywhere. Sarah Bryce has to do the tidying up there, and there is no run.
Yeah, it's a difficult one, but the way I see it is the players aren't marketing experts, and also it's not like the Blaze had 20,000 people coming to their game every week and a huge fan base. So I don't quite understand the decision.
No, so that's played into the offside, but straight to the cover fielder, and there is no run. It's the end of the over. 7 overs gone. Durham are 60 for 1. Bates on 31 and Villiers on 21. Yeah, it's all very well, one might applaud them for involving the players and engagement, but it's now about larger perceptions. It's about, as you mentioned, marketing, commercial opportunities, etc. And it's the anomaly now because the others are all county setups. And it's just so much easier for the public to understand, it's Warwickshire and Warwickshire, it's Derbyshire and Derbyshire, it's Northants and Northants, Durham and Durham. So, it's potentially a missed opportunity at the expense of some player engagement. We'll see.
It'll be Kirsty Gordon bowling her second over, expensive in her first, going for 13. She's back into the attack. And Villiers is going to put this one away. Punished her poor ball.
They've left that gap, haven't they? And she's making the most of it because she's realised there's a big gap between those fielders on the rope there. It seems a bit of an odd. It's some sort of a long
I'm not sure the decision behind that.
Just seems a bit odd because she's put several shots over there.
Gordon again to Villiers. This one beats the fielders inside the ring. Fielders in pursuit, but it goes all the way for 4. Villiers is having another good day with the bat so far.
Durham will want to call on all of the experiences of these two batters. Villiers, of course, played at England quite a while ago and will have aspirations again.
Villiers are waiting. This one just pushed into the offside for no run.
She played in the A side, didn't she? She must be pushing for potentially involvement again with the A side in a couple of weeks.
Just scrambling 3 for 1 here. In the end, quite comfortable. So 69 for 1.
Lots of chirp in the field.
The Blaze have been loud in the field.
Yeah, keeping themselves G'd up.
Bates just knocking this one to the leg side. Villiers thinks about a second. Just take 1.
Bates has been amazing, hasn't she? 65 for the Bears game, 49 the Lancs game, 34 in Hampshire, 93 not out against Essex in a 50 over.
Gordon for the final ball of her over. This one's been dispatched. 1 bounce 4. That's a good way to finish the over. Durham are absolutely flying.
This is what we want in the occasion. The first standalone Vitality Blast game for Durham. And the spectators, we've got quite a few, they're hiding from the sunshine here because it is quite warm out there. They're getting a spectacle here as Bates and Villiers put on a great partnership so far. How far can they take it?
74 for 1. Bates on 32, Villiers 34. Both at a decent strike rate as well.
Going to see a change of bowling from the end that we're at. It's the Finkel end this end, isn't it? The Finkel end. Georgia Elwis. Now, I like it when Georgia Elwis plays because I did play with her at the back end of my career as Elwis comes in. Susie Bates works that to mid-wicket. Catherine Bryce comes off the rope. And they get a single. Yes, I played my last few club games with a very young Georgia Elwis and a very young Danny White-Hodge. So as long as they keep playing, I feel like I'm more in touch with the game there as Elwis makes sure that her hair is out of her eyes. And a great acquisition for the Blaze because she can do just about everything and has the experience to back it up as well. As Villiers can only chop that down and there is no run. 75 for 1 here at the Banks Home Riverside.
Yeah, she's a brilliant player and I kind of see her as part of I wouldn't necessarily call it an iconic generation, but
No,
kind of
you're
the
right.
first England team that I really
Yeah.
have that sticks in my mind. And obviously a lot of that comes from the 2017 World Cup.
Yep, as Villiers plays that to square. Fielder comes off the rope. They get an easy single. Moves on to 77. Yeah, sort of
I call
golden
that
generation.
I'll call
yeah.
that iconic. Yeah,
Well, they were the first ones to get any kind of contract, weren't they?
yeah, exactly.
So they kind of straddled the completely amateur, paying to play for themselves into the professional era, and Elvis is a great exponent of that. Kept herself fit as well. Right arm over, bangs that one in. That's sent to the mid-wicket boundary. Catherine Bryce managed to do a tumbling stop and pass it all in one go. They get through for 2 there, Polly. I think they did. Did they? Yes.
Yeah,
2
good
more to
running
the total.
between the wickets.
And James Middlebrook, umpire, just mentions that's 1 for the over from Georgia Elvis, as Durham are 78 for 1. Bates on 35, and pleasingly, Villiers also on 35. So we've got a nice symmetry with the batting there as Tammy Beaumont comes into the circle. That's sent to mid-wicket. Will Catherine Bryce cut this one off? She does. It's hard to keep her out of the game. She's in everything, isn't she? I like to call her Catherine Bryce Hart because she played for Hobart Hurricanes over the winter, and they made her do the Braveheart speech before the game one day. So she is now forever Catherine Bryce Hart, Sarah Bryce Hart. That's why if you hear me say that. As Georgia Elvis comes in, 34 on her back. Tries to York, but Maddie Villiers is better than that. Plays that to mid-wicket, and they get through for a single. And that's the end of the over. So 9 overs gone. Durham are 80 for 1, having lost Leah Dobson in that first over to a catch. And yes, Bates on 36, and so is Maddie Villiers.
This is good work from Durham in their game against the Bears on Wednesday, where they they put a decent total on. They got 162. At this stage, they were 59 for 3. So very different
like that,
prospects.
don't we?
Yeah, that's very good news for all the Durham fans out there.
Because I wonder what people will have expected the person who won the team winning the toss to do. Interesting that they put Durham into bat, didn't they? So will that be a good idea or not?
Sarah Glenn is back into the attack. This one lofted in the air. The catch will be taken, and that's a wicket for the Blaze. A breakthrough they needed. The score slipping to 80 for 2 after we were just singing the praises of Villiers and Bates starting well. And Villiers will have to go for 36 from 23. So a really good contribution for Durham. But Sarah Glenn coming back and having instant impact.
Yes, she should be told she could only bowl one end, and then she couldn't have done that then, Polly. That's a bit mean, wasn't it? Coming from bowling from both ends. Oh, we've got the captain now. Holly Armitage.
Yeah, Holly Armitage with a task in hand to kind of keep this good start afloat and continue what Villiers and Bates have built. Armitage, you scored 50 not out against Surrey.
Yeah, I was just looking at that. Yeah, I want some more of that.
A contribution like that would be very useful.
Because you were talking pre-show about the importance of getting Danny Hazel involved as the coach, and then the next big step when Durham set this up was to get Holly Armitage as captain. I think that was a masterstroke, because if you want to attract players, they want to know who's the coach, who's the captain, what's the direction. And I think Durham have really, you and I were at the launch, weren't we, back on Pancake Day, and they really have tried to get we'll talk about brand, but people who are great on and off the pitch, role models.
Glenn is continuing after taking the wicket of Villiers, but this looks like it could go for a boundary, and it will in the end. That was a decent chase by Ella Claridge.
Now I know that Polly has a rational fear of mascots, because we saw Lydia Greenway, well, we think it's Lydia Greenway, dressed in an alligator costume at Worcester New Road at the weekend. So this is Lydia,
what
but dressed as a bear this time.
What happened is I was very cruelly chased down the road by the alligator, which is what caused some of the fear, as Glenn is continuing. This one slapped down the ground, but we'll just get the one run. I really don't like mascots. Yeah, not for me. I mean,
Well, there's 2 now.
yeah, looking great, but terrifying. So 85 for 2, Bates on 36, Armitage on 5. Glenn in again. Bates can't get that one away.
We've asked at previous games when we've been doing commentary, where's Lottie and where's Lydia? I'm looking in the direction. 2 mascots. Who knows whether that's Lottie and Lydia Greenway?
I think
Charlotte Edwards.
that would be
which one's which? Do you reckon?
a bit extreme in this heat. As Glenn comes into the attack again, flicked off a hip. That'll be the 1 run. Well, we had the England T20 squad announcement for the India series
this morning.
with no surprises really. Sophie Ecclestone coming back into the side, which was expected. Lottie mentioned at the press conference at the end of the West Indies series that she was hopeful that Ecclestone would be back.
Yep, at the expense of the current bowler, Sarah Glenn, it seems.
Glenn taking a few steps. Armitage with a nice shot to wrap up the over. So 10 overs gone, 10 overs remain, 87 for 2. I'm going to make way for Ash, and I'll leave you in the capable hands of Claire Jenkins.
Thanks, Polly. We're here in the sunshine at the Banks Homes Riverside. This Vitality Blast. It's an occasion because it's the first standalone women's Vitality Blast T20 game here at Chesterley Street in the sunshine. Look, with Lumley Castle looking down. I've been staying up there. I've managed to avoid the ghosts so far. But there's lots
I'll
of
sort that
creaking.
out. I'll get that organised.
No! That was a mistake, wasn't it? Well, look, here we are, Lottie and Lydia. We've decided Lydia Greenway and Lottie Charlotte Edwards down here as in the costumes.
Chester and River, I think they're called.
Yeah. But we know who's in there, though.
Oh,
Yeah.
I know one of them.
Oh, yeah.
I might out him at some stage. Hold him to ransom.
So we've got a change of bowling from the Finkel end. Catherine Bryce, Scottish captain I mentioned earlier. There's quite a lot of Scots on display today as Catherine Bryce comes right arm over towards Holly Armitage. And that's worked into the offside. They get through for a single. Durham in their familiar yellow and the Blaze in the orange that they've won for a couple of seasons. Because they are reigning domestic T20 champions. The Bryce sisters batting them to victory at Derby in last season's Charlotte Edwards Cup final as Bryce comes in again. And Holly Armitage, lovely 4 runs as that's played backward of square.
It's clever that, wasn't it? Susie
Yeah,
Bates
Susie
just getting
Bates.
across a crease and
She jumped across, which
Yeah.
is kind of characteristic of Susie Bates. She does like to use that lateral movement in the crease, so any kind of lack of pace on it, and she's just going to watch the bounce and smack 4 as the score moves to 92 for 2, edging towards those 3 figures as Bryce comes in again. Full toss. It's dispatched backwards, but not via a fielder.
thankfully
Almost
that didn't get the bowler.
gets
Yeah.
Holly Armitage run out at the non-strikers end, which surely is one of the worst ways to be out. Although there's probably
Absolutely.
no good way of being out if you don't want to be out.
I think
You
sometimes
know.
if you nick a good one, then that's probably the only time you can hold your hands up, and it's not often you don't get yourself out, is it?
Yeah, Catherine Bryce. There's a leap to the leg side. It's given us a wide. I suspect it was exaggerated by Susie Bates' movement off to the leg side slightly.
Yeah, umpire Middlebrook.
Yep, and Amy Clark at square leg. Bryce in again. Susie Bates take a big swing. She's decided that straight drive is a good idea. And Marie Kelly comes round and fields that. They get a single. It's a good thump, but only 1 run though. Another one to the total. They edge towards that 100. 94 for 2.
Yeah, a lot of intent in that shot, wasn't there?
Yeah. Well, we see a 50 here from Susie Bates, world champion in the T20 format, of course. That's worked into the offside by Holly Armitage. They just get the 1. Another one to the total. 96 for 2. Bates on 42. Armitage on 8. good partnership with Maddie Villiers, or De Villiers if you like. It's called De Villiers.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
You're not going to leave that one down.
Oh,
As Bryce comes in again, that's a big swing through mid-wicket.
wow.
That's going to go in the gap. It is in the gap. That's 4 more runs.
Great
Ooh,
batting, Susie Bates.
She just, I mean, like all great athletes, seems to have so long to practice their skill, and it doesn't matter what sport it is. It just seems like time stands still as she whacked that ball through mid-wicket for 4 runs. 99 for 2.
Yeah, she's playing nicely. The GOAT, the girls call it.
Yeah. She is a legend. I was fortunate enough to work, I won't say how long ago because people can work out how old Susie Bates is, but I did work with New Zealand one summer when there was a quadrangular series, Australia, New Zealand, India and England a few years back, and it was when she took over for the first time as captain of the New Zealand White Ferns, so it was my pleasure to work with her that summer. Yeah, she got in because Amy Watkins went over on her ankle at Derby.
Sarah Glenn.
She's bowling at both ends.
Yeah.
Did you know that?
She's
What can you say?
she's pretty good, isn't she?
She's a bit good.
Leg spin. Just driven back to her there by Holly Armitage. 99 for 2, Durham. Good platform being set. That excellent partnership between Maddie Villiers and Susie Bates. It's important that Durham kick on now. And Bates plays... Sorry, it's Armitage. Plays all around one. Sarah Glenn did some damage in the 50-over game up here. And she's repeating the dose here as she knocks over the skipper. Armitage goes as she runs down the track and misses it. And Durham now 99 for 3. Armitage goes for 8 bowled by Sarah Glenn.
Oh, I was just working up to talking a lot about Holly Armitage and her being captain of the England A side and, you know, future potential England captain, some may say. She goes and goes.
Yeah, played right across the line, didn't she, there?
Yeah.
Probably been better off trying to hit that one down the ground. We just lacked a little bit of form in the last few weeks. Started off brilliantly, coming back from various franchise stints in the Southern Hemisphere.
Yeah,
she was in New Zealand and Australia.
Yeah, it's a bit of both.
And
A
then
lot of the players have taken themselves off, and it's a smart move.
absolutely. Somebody who did spend quite a lot of her winter in the Southern Hemisphere is out at the crease. Bess Heath.
Yeah, another one. Yeah, Bam Bam.
She's trying
know
to
she's
steal
Bam
my
Bam, don't
dog.
you?
Yes.
Yeah, her initials are BAM.
Yeah,
That's why
BAM,
she's
yeah.
Bam Bam.
I ended
She's
up
trying to
calling
steal
her
your
Bam.
dog?
Yeah, she wants to steal my dog. Yeah.
Oh, could alert the police, should we? So,
No.
okay.
Things to work through.
Cute
I think.
dog.
I think so.
Yeah.
So does she, obviously.
Yeah.
Sarah Glenn too. Bess Heath.
Oh,
Is that caught? There's off
Oh.
the pad. There's a little bit
Oh.
going on. Amy Clark has a
Stop
look for
it.
square leg and then a look and
uh,
then just shakes her head. There's wow,
all dismissals.
a dot.
Yeah, I was having a discussion with Mike Perkins the other week. He said sometimes in cricket a lot can happen and nothing
Yeah.
happens.
That's a dot.
That's right. We're having a little chat now. Quick chat.
Immediately, backward point goes out as a sweeper because Bess Heath even does love to reverse. Saw it in that super over in the T20 knockout competition. She played everything nearly left-handed and got Durham home.
That was a mad game.
This one's down the
Ooh.
leg side.
She's got them all excited now. They're all
Yeah.
shouting and everything, aren't they? Oh, I need to quiet them down.
Sarah Glenn bowling beautifully again here. 2 for 11. This time Heath does get back onto it and she gets it away fine. She'll pick up an easy 2. She does love to reverse. Typical keeper. Gets down low,
Yeah.
hits it behind square using the pace. That brings up the Durham 100.
It's exciting. 100.
Again, need a partnership here. They've set a good platform. What they don't want to do is to continue to lose
Yeah.
wickets. They need a partnership here between these two.
She's been getting some key runs this season, hasn't she, Bessie? She's got 45 against the Bears off 28, 29 off 24 against Hampshire, 27 off 18.
Yeah, little
Same again for
cameos, I
Bears.
would say. I
Yeah,
think
yeah.
she's still looking to put that meaningful performance in.
Yeah.
She whips this away nicely into the leg side. They'll settle for the single. A little fumble. But they will settle for the single. 102 for 3 after 12.
They're leaving that. What's your theory about why they're leaving that big gap at mid-wicket? Because I did some commentary a few years back for the Charlotte Edwards Cup finals at Northants with Kirsty Gordon, and she was saying a lot about aggressive field positionings. It just looks like a big gap.
I think they want them to play across the line, a little bit like the way that Armitage was bowled. And I think they know that Heath does like to reverse sweep quite a lot, and that is probably her strength, so they'll try and block that side up and make a hit to a side that she's not as comfortable with.
I mean, they did get the wicket of Villiers, didn't they, hitting up and out over that gap. So I suppose you could say it worked from that point of view, as Kirsty Gordon herself comes on to bowl from the Finkel end, which is the end we're sat behind. We're sort of sat at long on, if you were, to the wicket.
Not a bad view, is it?
No, it's a good view up here. Even better now the aircon's kicked in again, so it's getting a bit hot. Kirsty Gordon around the wicket, left arm spin. It's worked backward of square. Grace Ballinger comes in and lobs the ball back, and there's just a single.
It was even hotter in the producer's room there. Wow.
Because they got all the kit in there, haven't they?
Yeah, thankfully.
All that whiz-bangery making lots of heat.
They're very clever in there. Well,
are they? Yeah,
even though it's Ross.
No, Andy thinks she's talking about him.
He says it's not
no. Kirsty Gordon, left arm around, bit of spin. Oh, it was a big stretch at that. He manages to get a bat on it, and they get through for a single. But it was she was a long way from the ball when she played that.
Yeah, she's trying to open up the offside there, Susie Bates. Kirsty Gordon took all the pace off it. Clever bowling.
Yeah.
From a very, very good cricketer.
Gordon into Heath. Plays that into the leg side. There's a fielder there at square leg who's going to cut that off. Just a single. I watched Marie Kelly take a good running catch from more or less where she is to sort of behind the bowler's arm on Wednesday in the other live stream that was on. Gordon in again to Bates. Shapes again to play that backward of square. And she's quite got enough on that. They're going to cut that off. But they are going to get through for 2 as Bates edges closer to that potential 50. She's on 49. Score is on 107 for 3. Bates on 49, Heath on 5. Building a new partnership here as Bates just takes a little breather away.
Yeah, experienced that.
Yeah.
Kirsty Gordon just changing her angle. She's going to come over the wicket.
Yeah. Going to come over, and she's moved Marie Kelly slightly round. Left arm over this time. Susie Bates jumps, plays that to long off. That's going to get cut off, and that is Susie Bates. 50. 37 balls. 8 fours. What an innings there from the world champion in this format. ICC World Cup winner, Susie Bates.
Yeah, we want to see that 50 turned into an 80 now.
Yeah. I mean, she just seems to have reinvented herself I mentioned that I worked with them, I won't say how long ago that was, but she sort of reinvented herself, and she looks fitter now than she did when I worked with her, which was a while ago. So that's sort of nerdled through third. They're going to do a good quick 2 runs there. 2 more to the total. That's the end of the over, so that's 13 overs gone. Durham are 110 for 3. Bates on 50 and Heath on 7.
Yeah, good batting that, just manipulating the field all the way through that over and relatively risk-free, picking up 8 off the over, 110 for 3. What are you, having seen now 13 overs, Claire, what do you think's a good score on this pitch?
Oh, well, Polly knows that I've got a theory.
Oh,
and
here we go.
She's going to help me with the theory. What were they at 10? So my theory is, if I might be able to find it myself. So
just under 90, I think.
So just going to get about what's
87 for 2.
87 for 2. So my theory is double plus 20 in the women's game.
Okay.
160, 174, 194 should be the total.
Well, we're going to be entertained.
That's a target. I mean, it doesn't work so well in the men's game, but it seems to work quite well in the women's game.
Elvis into the attack, and that'll be wide, and 5 to help you towards your 194.
Yeah, see? I like to be optimistic.
Georgia was helping you out there, I think.
Yeah, she's heard me. I told you we played together. I'll probably say she taught me everything I know, as opposed to the other way around.
Useful runs that for Durham. Just Want to keep the boundaries coming here. To get 5 at the start of that over without even having to hit the ball isn't real bonus. 115 for 3. Oh, that's a full toss. It's hit out into the deep.
Ooh.
Oh, just in front of the fielder.
Yeah, Catherine Bryce
Out
struggling
there,
with the bounce
Catherine
there.
Bryce couldn't quite haul it in. That's a big start to this over. 9 from 1 ball.
See? God. Big total.
It's
We're
nailed
going
in.
for a big total. Come on, Ash.
I'm
You've
with.
got to believe.
I believe. I'm in. I love a theory.
It works quite well. My theory works quite well with the women's 50 over as well. Double plus 20 at the halfway.
Okay,
But you can, people can have a play with that.
Bates pulls that way. That's in the gap. That'll be 4 more.
It's that
Brilliant batting from Susie Bates.
Just seems to be easy pickings for the Durham bowlers through that mid-wicket
It's a big gap, isn't it?
It's
That
a big
mid-wicket's very
They're a long way
square.
back. I mean,
Yeah.
they could even just drop that in there and probably get 2 if they drop it to the 25-yard circle.
She tries a short ball again. This is in the gap, and Bess Heath wants to. Susie Bates,
Having a
a little
breather.
bit more seasoned, just settles for the single. She's disappointed that she hasn't put that away for 4 right
You
off
meant-
the toe.
Yeah, you mentioned her experience, and when Bess Heath had that sort of mix-up with Sarah Bryson, there was a sort of stumping catch and all the rest of it. Susie Bates was, come and have a chat with me.
Just relax.
Let's just take a breather here.
Bess Heath drives beautifully through, wide mid-off. Lovely hands. We see a lot of her deflecting the ball behind the stumps. That was as good as it gets from Bam Bam.
So what's the appeal of your dog then? So is it a really cute
I'll have to
dog?
show. Yeah, he's a little sprocker. He is. He's a beauty.
Oh.
He's more like a cat, if I'm honest. Just tries to.
Does he meow?
Well, not far. He does talk to you. He's a strange little creature. Just likes to be involved. That's 4 more. It's going to race away for 4. I've called that a little bit early there. I got a bit nervous.
Yeah.
But I trust the outfield here, which is like glass at the moment. That's great batting. And this is a huge over so far from Durham.
It looks beautiful out there. I've played on here
Oh,
for
yeah.
Derbyshire
Oh, nice.
back in the day. Again, I won't tell you how long ago, but it was a real treat in those days because we really did not play on these sort of
Yeah.
pitches.
Just a little chat on the walkie-talkies from umpire Clark. Probably just sussing out how many balls are left in the over after that first. This one's short and it's mishit badly enough that it won't carry out to the deep. Perfect club.
However, Catherine Bryce deals with the spin there because that
Yeah.
could have easily made her look like.
Well, we had one the other night. Graham Clark didn't.
Oh,
He ran
Was he trying to
straight
go both
past it.
ways?
Yeah, he
Yeah.
ran straight past it. It was against Derbyshire, actually. And there's the men responsible for this beautiful facility.
yeah.
Victor Main and his big deck chair. And the rest of the
Yeah.
lads do a fantastic job keeping this Banks Homes Riverside looking as good as it does.
It looks beautiful.
Yeah.
It does look an absolute picture.
And this pitch is the international pitch, and it's been used for that international T20 and for the double header.
Yeah,
And we're
for
playing
the
on this again.
England India that one or
Yeah. West Indies, I think it was.
Oh,
England,
okay.
West Indies.
Because the women play England play India on here
Yeah,
as well,
I
don't
think they'll
they?
probably play on the one next door to that.
Yeah.
So they pick the 2 in the middle. But yeah, this one,
Yeah.
it's absolutely gorgeous surface.
Get yourself here for that England India game as well.
Absolutely.
Be a cracking night. I know the venues are selling out, and this is what the Aussies would call a boutique ground. It's that size where you could really, feel the atmosphere. Great venue here. Good spectator views. As Grace Ballinger comes in from the 25-yard circle. Couple of hitch kicks. Left arm round. That's... Ooh, there's a big swipe at that. I was looking where I thought the ball was going to go. But it's given it a wide by James Middlebrook. Checks the balls left with Amy Clark at square leg.
Ballinger seems to be another one that puts a little bit of a landing guide on. She's got 3
Oh,
discs
yeah.
that are just in front of the umpire. You'll be able to see when she runs in.
Well, yes, good work, good spot there. I want to say something about that. Oh,
Wow.
Sarah Glenn nearly plucked that out of the air then at point. She managed to get a hand to it, And while everyone's watching her, the batters get through for 2 runs.
Wow, what
Durham
an effort that was.
136 for 3. That was a great leap from Sarah Glenn, who I have to say, I love a bit of point fielding, because that was where I fielded. That was a great leap. She's improved her fielding no end as Ballinger. Lots of moving parts with Ballinger. Full toss, and that's dealt with. It's sent into the...
It's a no ball as well.
Oh, it's a no ball.
Leg,
It's going to be expensive. No ball. 4. And we're going to have a free hit now, I think. That full toss.
Oh,
she's going to
Grace
get...
Ballinger's not very impressed there. James Middlebrook's trying to tell her that is a warning, and she's just dismissed him.
Yeah. I think that's probably not a good idea, because there's going to be some paperwork done, potentially.
Now got the double teapot on.
Yeah, double teapot. Oh, not good body language from Grace
Do you know what?
Ballinger.
I agree with the whole... I'm not sure that was a no ball. It was close. However, that isn't dangerous.
I mean, they're told...
The rules are the rules. I get that, but that's not dangerous.
They're told to call the marginals, so that's the 2 of them in teamwork. But
Grace is not happy.
I think she's a very passionate, expressive bowler, isn't she? So
umpire's just getting together here as well.
they're going to have a little chat just to check that Kirsty
with
Gordon's
Kirsty
getting
Gordon
involved as well.
I think what upset Middlebrook was that, and we didn't quite catch it on camera, there was just a gesture of basically, I'm not interested.
Yeah, she turned her back, didn't she? Yeah. Which is probably why they've had a little word with the captain.
James Middlebrook been around the block a few times as well.
Yeah.
Not standing for that.
Yeah. There'll be some paperwork later, no doubt.
A wry grin there from Grace Ballinger.
And that's going to be a free hit signalled by the umpire here. So, chance for a big yahoo from Bess Heath as Ballinger comes in again. He slaps that through the covers, and that's going to be 4 runs. Tammy Beaumont can't catch that, even without a moped, I think, on that side there in the sunshine in front of the members' sort of pavilion over there, isn't it? What do we describe?
The Don Robson Pavilion.
The Don Robson
there,
Pavilion.
Yep.
Throwing a shadow just behind Tammy Beaumont there. 4 runs.
A few watching from up in the Jeff Cook Suite, which is the members' lounge here.
Yep. So Durham move on to 145 for 3.
That score's really advanced since your
26.
prediction.
Oh, I know. I'm going to have to rest in a minute.
You need one.
I know. Heading towards that 150 milestone. Into the 15th over as Ballinger, left arm round, right-handed Bess Heath, steps back, plays that again through the covers, but Tammy Beaumont will cut this one off. There's a little scrabble about on the outfield. But they only get 1, another 1 to the total, edging towards that 150, 146 for 3. Bates to face this time.
I mean,
Ballinger.
Polly will usually correct me.
Oh, yeah?
I think Durham got 162 on Wednesday. She's nodding.
She's
Get in.
a big
got
thumb, you got
right.
it. Yeah.
So Durham closing in on that total.
Yeah. Bates nurdles that through third. They're going to chase on. Is it going to hit the ropes? Oh, it's a rope. I saw the ball bounce up. 4 more to the total. That's the 150 up, isn't it? We just wait for the graphics on the scoreboard. That's the 150 up. And that's 14.4 overs and 59, just under the hour. 150. I'm hoping that my formula will come into play.
I'm
my
extremely
formula takes us
impressed at the
towards
moment.
194. We shall see. I don't do numbers generally, so it is anybody who knows me will kind of go, what? Ed Seaborn says, well, what happens about the wickets? I said, I can't be not with that. But it's a target, it's a total. And it also gives you an idea of how well have they done front and back end. Doesn't work quite so well with the men because the trajectory of the scores goes differently because they tend to go happy hour in the last much more than the women do, potentially. So it's a useful guidance line. Grace Ballinger starts outside the 25-yard circle this time, through her guide markers. Oh, thumps that in.
A reverse pull.
Yes, a reverse pull, which is to no run, unfortunately. Yes, those guidance lines. I was commentating at Edgbaston earlier in the year, and Emily Arlott, she looked like she'd got 3 orange skins.
Yeah,
you
she
know,
does it as well, doesn't she? Yeah,
she put it down, but it was.
Ballinger
She did it.
she
does look. She looks like she's winded. So she's still trotting on the spot. I'm having a word with Kirsty Gordon. Has she winded herself? Did she follow through
No,
in
I'm
some
not sure if
odd
it's a knee.
way?
She's just tried a little bit of high knees there, and
Yeah. Let's hope
she
she's
looks
all right.
visibly upset there, actually.
Physio's coming on.
Might be a few
She started a longer run up this last ball, and maybe she just twisted her ankle or
bit
something.
of hamstring she's just holding there
Alright.
by the look of it. The
Yeah,
right
I've
leg.
got
Great
one
camera work, lads.
Yeah, she's got one more to bowl, so I want to hope that she can finish this over. But you're right, she is clutching that hamstring. Having a good chat with Kirsty Gordon and the physio. So let's hope Grace Ballinger is fit to continue, because we've been enjoying the passion that she's been giving this. And Durham are 150 for 3, Bates 63 and Heath 27. And this historic standalone fixture at Banks Homes Riverside. It's not clear whether she's going to carry on or whether she's going to limp off at this stage. She's trying it out. I think she's not long back. Is she not long back from injury? Oh,
I think
looks
she's
like
heading
going
off.
to head off.
Yeah, she
And
just
so-
tested running a little bit, and she kind of dropped her head back in frustration.
It's a long old run up that Grace Ballinger has, so it's certainly not worth the risk here. And whoever bowls this will have to have on the records as a whole over, even though it's only one ball, which always seems a bit harsh. But them's the breaks, so we shall see who they're going to use for this one ball. It looks like who's got a back to us? 77.
I think it's going to be Heather Graham.
Heather Graham, Australian import, so she's going to have an over which is only one ball. She comes in right arm over to Bates, who plays that lustily but bouncing in front of Marie Kelly and manages to get a body behind that, field that really well, and they get through for a single. It was crunched into the leg side there, and Marie Kelly managed to get her body behind that and stop that. So just the one then. That's 15 overs gone. Durham are 151 for 3, Bates on 64 and Heath on 27.
This is really good from Durham. I've been so impressed with the batting so far, despite losing a couple of wickets, with Dobson going very early on, and then of course Maddie Villiers going for 36, Holly Armitage going for 8. I think Bates and Heath have been brilliant so far, and the shots on offer have been very entertaining for the crowd that we can see in today in this standalone fixture on a glorious Friday night. Yeah.
4 overs.
Yeah, that is remarkable, and we said they needed a big score, but they've kind of taken that and run with it. It's been really impressive, and to think they've still got 5 overs to add to that total, as Sarah Glenn is going to come back into the attack once again. A lovely shot lofted this time, won't go all the way for 4. Good fielding on the boundary. They will manage to run through for 2.
Yeah, excellent running there from Bess Heath, going to the danger end.
When I was out in Australia for the Ashes, obviously England were a bit under scrutiny because of fitness and all sorts, but John Lewis's big thing, he said, well, Bess Heath, she runs 30k all the time apparently. So she's in good nick for running between the wickets, as this one's just been sent to square. Yeah, very impressive, just kind of getting up and running 30k just as a cricketer. I don't think many cricketers run further than the 2k time trial that they do.
Yeah.
Especially as a wicket keeper.
Yeah.
She doesn't need to do all that running. Glenn into a rhythm again. Chipped up in the air, but will go over Glenn's head and land safely. They think about one and they're going to take it in the end, as there's a slight misfield.
It's the perfect leading edge, wasn't it? Just over the bowler's head and landed in front of mid-off.
155 for 3.
A little bit of turn there. Glenn's not a big turner of the ball, but that one definitely just turned away from the right-hander. Durham have good spin options as well. Used pitch, but a very good one.
So Bates on 67 as Glenn comes in again. This one on the leg side. I'll just take the one run.
Beaumont did well there, got rid of the ball quickly. Susie Bates sucking them in.
Glenn's been effective so far, taking the wicket of Villiers and the wicket of Armitage. 2 for 19 so far into her 4th over, and she fields that one herself.
She's been outstanding.
She's just been that player that Gordon's called on to be like, can you just put the squeeze on a little bit, calm it down? And she's done exactly that. Bess Heath awaits. Tammy Beaumont with the fielding there again, but they're going to run through for 2. It's going to be close.
It's great running.
But she's back safely. Really fast on the return there. 158 for 3.
It's a good effort that, considering she's down in that sweep position and to set off and get back. And Beaumont did well, got rid of the ball quickly. Outstanding running from Bess Heath. That ends a great spell from Sarah Glenn, 2 for 21 from her 4. It's been the shining light for the Blaze.
Makes it a little bit difficult for the Blaze now. The best bowler has bowled all her overs. It looks like they're going to call on Cassidy McCarthy to come back into the attack, who opened the bowling. So far gone for 16 runs, taken 1 wicket from her 2 overs.
You'd think that Ballinger would have bowled her quota as well, so they're going to be one short
that's a really
from
good
there.
point.
But it is Cassidy McCarthy back into the attack and cleverly bowled. All the pace off it. Very, very good delivery first up. Took the new ball, picked up a wicket in the first over. Leah Dobson caught out in the deep.
Yeah, McCarthy came through the Sussex pathway and then was at the Vipers for the last few years, but I think she's 22, so was at Loughborough Uni, so naturally kind of made the move to the Blaze.
Very clever again, all the pace off it. And just as important was the line. Right on the money. It's a good start to her spell.
159 for 3. So we're coming towards the back end of Durham's batting innings, where we said they needed a big total, and they're looking to surpass what they did on Wednesday. That was 162. They're now 159.
Ooh. Right on the guideline, that one, wasn't it? Just pace off again. This is where the Durham batters can maybe set up to her as a spinner, with the faster ball being the change-up. Will Bess Heath try and reverse this one? She normally does everything else. Oh. And again there, that one out into the deep, and probably, maybe, well, I'm going to say saved by the sun there. That was hit straight to the fielder and probably only landed a couple of metres in front.
Yeah, Heather Graham kind of jumped into the ball. I suspect that was the sun blinding
the shadows going right across the ground. Right into Heather Graham's face. Oh, that could be another no ball. Looked above waist height.
Yeah, signalled a no ball.
Yeah. I was trying to catch Amy Clark there, but she must have signalled very early to James Middlebrook. So free hit for Bess Heath. Just getting a little bit sloppy here, the Blaze, giving some opportunities. We've had a few no balls and 5 wides. It's not the standards that they normally set. Bess Heath. You could hear the disappointment in Bess Heath as she muscles that one down to long on. Moves on to 32 now, Heath. Susie Bates on 70. That one's hit to mid-off. Bates looking for the gap between cover and mid-off. It's been a pretty tidy over, apart from that no ball from McCarthy.
Bates gets right across the stumps and ends up in a heap on the floor. She tries to hit that over fine leg. But I guess what you would have to say, maybe the Durham bench are looking at that and going, actually, that over there with all pace off it was very, very difficult to get away. 164 for 3, Durham.
Yeah, Susie Bates now 60 from 51 and Bess Heath 32 from 19. So as you said before, Ash, just such an important partnership. And yeah, playing the situation really well.
It's good. 3 overs. Durham would be looking for another 30, which, would you believe it? Takes us to 194. Claire Jenkins is standing behind, fist pumping.
Catherine Bryce is back into the attack for the Blaze. This looks like it'll go all the way for 4, and that's another boundary for Durham. Starting the over well, Bess Heath. Just a slight tickle down to the boundary.
It's a good start to the over.
Really good start. Catherine Bryce in her third over so far, gone for 23 runs. He probably didn't get on that what she would have wanted, and it's sent into the leg side. Just a single.
She's tried to hit that over the sun.
169 for 3.
And again, another box ticked, I guess, regardless of what happens in the second innings, that Durham have progressed and bettered their score from Wednesday in record territory.
Bryce, and again, just kind of goes behind the stumps.
But it's just getting a little bit stuck here, the last few balls that she's faced. Maybe a bit of fatigue setting in. Oh, she gets a full toss there. Kicks away and goes for 4.
Yeah, misfield on the boundary. That should have been kept in, really. I mean, it was a difficult one.
Yeah,
I think that
just
might
shot, didn't it? Sarah Glenn out there? No,
I
it's
think
not.
it might be Josie Groves as a subfielder.
She's going for Ballinger.
In for Ballinger. I can't quite see. It looks like her.
Yeah, Sarah Glenn's
So
at backward point.
Apologies to Groves if that's not her. This
She's
one's
gonna
in the air. There's a fielder under it, but it'll bounce safely. Again, I think the sun slightly in that direction.
Again, the perfect miss hit, really. There's 10 off this over already. 1 ball remaining. Big ball, the last one of the over.
174 for 3. Bryce in again. Really lovely from Bessie. That is so nice. Just turn around the corner. Not much on it, but takes it all the way to the boundary to wrap up the over.
That's just lovely touch, isn't it, Polly? That's confidence. That's no pace on the ball whatsoever, and to get it away that fine. Very, very good batting from Bess Heath. A well-deserved drink being run out onto the ground. I think that's Emma Marlowe doing the duties with the bib on. Durham set for a huge total here, 178 for 3. Can they burst through the Jenkins factor of 194?
I think what's crucial is can they defend it?
Yeah, absolutely right. Again, all pace off the ball from McCarthy, being very, very effective in this spell. That's hammered, but won't get through to the boundaries. Tammy Beaumont is sweeping out there in the deep. Another single, 179 now for 3. Heath on 41. This is a short ball that Bess Heath just ducks her head out the way. Very, very good. I knew she'd have a crack at reversing her. I'd have been disappointed if she didn't, actually. But clever bowling. Probably knew that that was coming. Good short ball from Cassidy, who's been very, very effective in this spell. Pace off again. And a miss hit. As she miss hit at that value that they're going to get to. They're going to try. Bess Heath is struggling, but the throw isn't good enough. And Bess Heath dives in and scrambles back for a second, much to the delight of the crowd.
And a clap from Susie Bates at the non-striker's end. 181 now for 3. 8 balls remaining. And that's hit her right in the head. So we're going to have a little concussion test. But again, you've got to take your hat off. Literally, for the concussion test. But I was more referring to the bowler and Cassidy McCarthy. That's really clever bowling. Anticipating the 2 reverses that Beth Heath's played and 2 very, very effective bouncers.
In fact, I think part of her helmet's come off.
Yeah, it'll be the earpieces at the back, yeah.
That'll be it. Just saw something fly and I thought, what is that?
They'll just check Bess's head, then they'll have to check the ball. Because if it hit Bess's head, there might be some damage to the ball. I think it hit right on the bottom of the helmet, which is, affected those stem guards, I think they call them, don't they, after Phil Hughes' kind of incident. Came very much into the safety protection of most cricketers. I think, are they mandatory in yeah, they are, aren't they, in the game now? Especially in county cricket. Yeah. I can't wear them. They dig into. Feel horrible on your neck, but then again, I'm retired now, so it doesn't really matter.
I mean, try having a ponytail with a helmet.
Oh
Absolute
God,
nightmare.
isn't it a nightmare?
Yeah,
oh my
you'll
God.
understand.
Mate, there's nothing worse.
Yeah, it's an absolute
Especially when your
pain.
bobble gets caught in it and like in the Velcro part. And
I'm
oh
glad
my
I
God,
found someone who can relate to me.
it's a nightmare.
Yeah,
Just-
yeah. It's why I also can't score a century, because if I have to take my helmet off, my hair will get caught.
What
so
an excuse that
that's
is.
obviously why it hasn't happened yet. I just
love
try and
that.
avoid it.
Yeah, I hear you. Sick of going through all these Alice bands that I have in the drawer at home.
Gets expensive.
Got to accessorise. Right colour for the right kit.
$181 for 3, and it looks like Bess Heath will be able to continue fine. She's 43 not out from 25 balls, with Susie Bates at the other end, 76 from 56.
You nearly went Kiwi there, 56. Or 57. Yeah, you've had fush and chops already. It was a good Kiwi influx into the club at the moment with Jimmy Neesham and Ben Folkes. Not Ben Folkes, Zach Folkes even. Ben Folkes is a different fish altogether. Could be wide. If they're just worried a little bit about the cut-off time here with, I guess on a big ground with the amount of boundaries that have been struck as well, the ball does tend to take a little bit of time coming back. Your eyes are better than mine, Polly. Can you see what that cut-off time is under the clock?
You say my eyes are better, but I'm not doing a good job. I think it might be 7:15. So 1 minute away.
Good appeal. I think mainly from Bryce. But excellent running from this Durham pair. That ends the over. 184 for 3. Yep. Claire's dancing behind because if they get 10 off this over, they hit the Jenkins factor of 194. Can they go even bigger and get to 200? That would be absolutely outstanding.
Yeah, that would be quite something. And that would definitely be a competitive total.
Oh, yeah.
You can't argue with that.
I mean, I think that in the competitive range now,
Oh,
I think
100%.
yeah, par. Talking about par being 180 for the men's game the other day. This pitch again has been used for this innings. Have to go over 9 and over towards 10.
Bryce bowling her final over. This one sliced out towards the boundary. And they'll just get 1. 185 for 3.
Ticked a lot of boxes this Durham innings. A couple of big partnerships, one big score from Susie Bates.
Bryson again. This one's in the air. It should be taken, and it is. Ella Claridge with the catch. And that will be the end of Bess Heath. who's played really well, 45 from 26. She's been rapid between the wickets, played some really nice shots as well, and a really helpful contribution to get Durham up to the big total they're going to be setting.
Yeah, it was an outstanding knock, and what a partnership again between these two. 86 the partnership. Bess Heath 45 from 27. 6 fours, but like you said, what was impressive was the willingness to run really hard between the wickets.
Yeah, she put everything into it, and that's what you see from, whenever she's running two, she would we saw a full-length dive. She'll really commit, and she did a really good job. With Mia Rogers now coming to the middle. Just a few balls left.
Again, that wicket pace off. I think that is definitely a lesson that the Durham dugout will be looking at.
Bryce into Rogers. Chips this up on the leg side, but I'll just get the 1 run. 186 for 4. Bryce has been expensive so far, but to just get the wicket of Bess Heath. And again, this is lovely. A really nice shot, but the catch is going to be taken. Not enough on it. And that'll be the end of Susie Bates. 77 from 57. A really, really good knock. And the key batter for Durham today. It ends probably slightly anticlimactically. It was a really nice shot, and if it just had a tiny bit more on it, that would have been 6.
Yeah, just slightly into the wind, isn't it? I mean, the wind isn't exactly howling across the ground, but it is slightly into the breeze. But brilliant innings from Susie Bates. Getting a warm applause from her Durham crowd. 77, as you said, from 58. 12 boundaries in that innings. Is that a match-winning innings? That is the big question.
That's what Durham will be hoping.
So feel they're doing the business again out in the deep.
Yeah, Josie Groves. Bryce into Catherine Fraser, the new batter. They'll scramble through for 1.
Old Scottish affair.
Yes, the Scotland captain to Catherine Bryce, who's played a good few games for Scotland. 187 for 5.
Brilliant last over this so far.
Rogers looking to
good
scoop
fielding.
that. Marie Kelly stopping it inside the ring.
There we go.
188 for 5, and that's the innings concluded. So a competitive total set by Durham. Really good work with the bat, of course. Susie Bates being the main instigator of that with 77 from 57. Bess Heath, of course, with 45 from 27, a helpful contribution. And also Maddie Villiers towards the top of the order, 36 from 24.
It's been an outstanding innings that from Durham. Record territory for the Chesley Street outfit. As you said, Susie Bates, 77 leading the charge. Bess Heath with 45, Maddie Villiers with 36. Best of the bowlers for me was Sarah Glenn with 2 for 21. Bryce with 2 for 37. Also very, very handy, and a lot of pace off from McCarthy at the end as well. She had 1 for 28. Well, it'll be a record chase here. The Blaze will require 190. What is it? 189, sorry. Getting my tongue all tied. At the best part of 9.5 and over. On a very, very good surface and a fast outfield. We're going to throw you straight to Polly, who sprinted, and Andy in the Daffa News studio.
Thanks, Ash. Still imagining you with a ponytail, to be honest with you, which is one of the biggest things to come out of the Durham innings, and that's huge considering that huge mammoth total that Durham set. We've been here before, haven't we? Wednesday, 162. Tonight, 188. Could the difference be tonight that Durham successfully defend the total and claim their first home T20 win of the season in their first standalone T20 fixture? Well, that question is going to be answered over the next 45 minutes to an hour or so. But for now, we're back here in the Daft News studio. And like Ash said, Polly Starkey has sprinted over all of about 1.5 meters from her commentary seat to join me in the Daft News studio. Polly, we will talk Sam Fender, we'll talk Race Across the World finale in a little bit. But let's focus on the cricket for now. Let's just forget about Ash Thorpe with a ponytail. Sorry, I've just got that image in my mind now. How delighted will Durham be with that talk?
They'll be so happy. I mean, it's significantly better than what they did on Wednesday, and we were singing their praises on Wednesday.
Yeah.
It was brilliant what they did there. But yeah, I just thought they played the innings so nicely. Obviously lost a couple of wickets at the end there, but thought recovered really well from that early wicket of Dobson. Susie Bates played a fantastic innings, so classy, and Maddie Villiers did a good job as well. And then Bess Heath towards the end, I just thought, she played such a nice array of shots. And her running between the wickets, it's just always so good to see.
We talked Maddie Villiers, of course, deservedly so, on Wednesday, and we'll talk about her again in just a couple of minutes' time. But we have to talk Susie Bates. You've mentioned her, 77 off 57, I think it was. And it was a masterfully constructed innings once again from Susie.
Yeah, it's just the combination of playing those big shots and then also just playing some really lovely technical cricket. And that's what you get with Susie Bates. We've mentioned so many times her experience, her international experience. She's a World Cup winner and she's just a brilliant player.
Absolutely. We talk about what's behind the innings, but I suppose it's also the experience that just comes into play. You can see her constantly thinking out there, constantly looking, and it's that experience that stands her in good stead to make such a wonderful knockers tonight.
Yeah, I mean, her experience just across... She's played all over the world, and I think that's another big factor. It's not just playing for New Zealand, but it's coming into new environments where, she probably doesn't know that many players, hasn't played with them, but is just able to fit in seamlessly. And she's done that across the last few months. And also come in and, not be kind of this superstar. She is, and everyone has so much respect for her, but she hasn't got that ego. She just comes in and does her thing and does it for the team.
Well, I'll tell you what, I bet Susie Bates never complains about having a ponytail stopping her making a century. Polly, not that I'm going to...
That's why I'm not an international cricketer. I haven't got a World Cup in my house.
Hey, I'm not here to stand and make accusations about what I hear on commentary anytime, so we'll switch attention from you to Ash Thorpe. A good innings is turned into a great one by the amount of support that Susie Bates received, and she received it ably. Bess Heath, of course, with 45. Maddie Villiers, or if you're Ash Thorpe, Maddie de Villiers. It's an easy mistake to make, in fairness to the lad. It's that support that's helped Durham to make this total tonight.
Oh, exactly. That's the difference between what we saw on Wednesday, is that there were a number of players who were at the other end and also putting in a really good innings. It wasn't constantly relying on Susie Bates. It was like, well, I'll hit a 4 this ball, or I'll hit a 6. And yeah, that was something I was really impressed with, that, it wasn't just all on Susie Bates, that Bess Heath, I thought, at times kind of led the innings and let Susie Bates kind of relax a little bit in the heat and have a breather a little bit, although she was keeping her busy running between the wickets. But yeah, I just thought it was a bit more of a complete performance. And obviously at the halfway mark, you thought, oh, actually they could go on, like almost get 200, and to see them put on the total they did, I'm really happy with that, and I'm sure they'll be delighted with that. It obviously is about now defending it, and that's kind of the second part, which can be a little bit more difficult.
Well, we talked about them making 200. I mean, Claire Jenkins was almost absolutely on the money on a Durham Live debut of 194. I mean, as the runs were creeping up, I thought, no, never. In a month of Sundays on a debut is someone going to get the right score. 6 shy is not a bad effort, in fairness. We have to talk about the form that some of these players are in. How class must they feel, the likes of Susie, the likes of Maddie, when they are striding out to the crease knowing the nick that they're in at the minute?
I mean, I'd never shut up if I could bat like that. I'd be an absolute nightmare to be around.
We have a hard job shutting you up as it is, in fairness, man, Polly.
But, it must be so good to be able to go to the middle, and especially for someone like Maddie Villiers, being like, well, I got a career best on Wednesday, so let's see what I can do. Let's see if I can chase that down today. It must be brilliant for them to go out there. But also just like, obviously, team-wise, it hasn't been amazing, and it's difficult when you're not getting those wins. But I suppose as an individual, if you're going out there and you know what you can do, you know your capabilities, and think, oh, maybe I could be the star of today, maybe I could do it for the team, and that must feel great.
And that's it, isn't it? It's that mentality. We talk pre-match in the Daft News studio, if you didn't catch the pre-match show, about how the girls were going to kind of respond to the pressure, maybe, the excitement, the anticipation of an historic event like tonight, their first standalone T20 fixture. It's fair to say they've risen to the occasion there.
Oh, 100%. Like, that's such a performance to put on when you've got people coming down for the Friday night. That's brilliant. I mean, if they could have done that in the double header, I think that would have been incredible too, with more people watching the men's team down here.
Yeah.
I just think they've really risen to the occasion, and to bounce back is difficult, but I think they've really seized their opportunity against a Blaze side that are pretty terrifying when you look at their lineup. But I just think they've responded so well to that.
Usually pretty terrifying, rightly you say, the Blaze, but today a little bit sloppy, a little bit frayed, I think. And I'm going to refer to one over in particular, and that was Grace Ballinger's over. Look, there's a no ball there, but from your perspective, cricket doesn't particularly like seeing dissent being aimed at the umpire.
No, it's a really interesting one, and I can't talk much because anyone that's played cricket with me, I mean, I'm fiery. I'm not like that off the cricket field. As soon as I step over that boundary, something takes over. So I get Grace Ballinger completely. But yeah, it's an interesting one because, I think it's really important in the game to have that respect, and there were lots of phrases thrown around about that. But it's a difficult one, but I think she kind of got that frustration out, and obviously, it was hard to see her go off with that injury at the end, presumably hamstring injury. But yeah, obviously you kind of have to keep those emotions under control, and you want to show respect for the umpires and things like that. But yeah, when you don't think a decision's gone your way and maybe you're not bowling your best anyway, it's just that kind of takes over, and it's sometimes hard to keep control of all those emotions and the adrenaline going through you.
Absolutely. I guess from our perspective here on Durham Live, we don't want to make it seem like we're digging Grace out in any way.
No.
It can happen to absolutely anyone, of course. Frustrations can kind of boil over in certain respects. But in an instance like that, and you just saw it spread through the Blaze team a little bit, there was a few misfields in there. And when you're a Durham team or the opposition playing that, that's going to put some positive thoughts in your mind, isn't it?
Oh, definitely. You see it as such an opportunity. You think, oh, you're a bit rattled, so let's take you on and let's see what we can do here. And I did notice that, the Blaze did look a little bit defeated towards the end. I thought Catherine Bryce did well at the end to kind of pull it back and take those few wickets, because she had been expensive in her first 3 overs. So I thought that was better from her. But yeah, you could kind of see a bit of morale or team spirit slightly disappearing. And, that's completely understandable when you are getting whacked around by Susie Bates and Bess Heath. Like, that's going to happen. But yeah, I did think the bowling and some of the fielding was a little bit sloppy and kind of not up to the standard of the Blaze and how they usually play.
Absolutely. Well, I said it pre-match and I'll say it again. Ash Thorpe, when he's not talking about his cat, dog, whatever the heck he owns, he often gets it right this season, and he's been on the money a lot of times. And he talked pre-match, you both did in fairness, about the fact that once this season, this Durham side have to put both pieces of the puzzle together, both pieces of a jigsaw together. It's all well and good setting a 188 total if you can't defend it. And this is almost like a deja vu from Wednesday now. They've gone back in that shed. They've got 188, a big total to defend. The question is, how ready are this team to rise to that challenge and learn their lessons so quickly on?
I know. I want to be careful about what I say because I picked them up so much in the innings break on Wednesday, and then it went a bit wrong. I think firstly, they'll have learnt from Wednesday, and obviously they've made a few changes to the side. They've got Lauren Filer back, so a more experienced bowling attack, so I suspect she'll be opening the bowling. So I think from that side of things, it should naturally be a little bit better. But also, they'll know what they missed out on Wednesday, and they know what a good position they put themselves in. So they're like, okay, we have to take this time. And as Ash said in a pre-match, like how emotional it was after, they'll remember those emotions. They'll probably be quite raw. It's been about 48 hours. So, I suspect they'll really want to seize it this. And I think they've just done such a good job with the batting, like even more than Wednesday. It's been more, as I said, like a complete performance. So I think it would be kind of throwing it away if and doing themselves a disservice if they didn't back it up with the ball.
Does it make Danny's chat in the sheds pretty easy? As we've been chatting in the Daft News studio, she'll have been chatting to the team. It does make it a little bit more simple, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly. As I said on Wednesday, she can say to them, well, look what you did with the bat. Like, they've one-up themselves from Wednesday and they've surpassed what they did. It's about executing those bowling plans now. And so for her, it's putting the faith in her bowlers, and also saying to the fielding side, like, you know, we've got to be sharp. That's what the Blades were missing today. And for me, when I look at a team, I know they're good if they can field well. And if Durham can go out there and be really tight and be, you know, aiming at the stumps and all those sort of things. And I guess in sport they always talk about like the 1%ers and doing all those things right. Then I think it's Durham's game to take away and win.
It's completely off the cricket. Any pets?
No, I'm a heartless, petless person. Never. I mean, the only pets I've ever had were got these like little catamounts which turned into butterflies when I was in like year 2.
What?
Yeah, do you not know about this?
I'm not, Polly. You're a lot younger than I am. In fairness, so
we had them. We had them at school, and then I was like, "Oh, Mum, I want some at home." So we bought them. But the thing is, like, once they go into butterflies, you have to release them, and then butterflies just fly away. So I didn't really get to keep them and look after them.
I mean, I just feel sorry for anyone who's just tuned into Durham Live across the world or exclusively live on Fancode in India, and are going, I'm sure we wanted to watch some cricket. Durham against us tonight. And Andy Sixsmith has just asked Polly Starkey, any pets? Randomly, and we've started talking about caterpillars and butterflies and like. Welcome back to Durham Live, folks. That's exactly what we do. As we see the Durham team huddled there. If you are just joining us and you're wondering why we're not talking about cricket, well, we have done for the last 10 minutes. Durham have set this wonderful total of 188, most certainly. Polly, are they going to defend it?
I think they should. If they don't, something will have gone seriously wrong in the field or with the ball. I think they've got bowling to do it today, and I reckon they'll be fired up to do it.
Absolutely. Well, it's gone well for the women here in Chester Street. The men are playing down at Northants. Before I came on air, I think there was 19.2 overs down, and they were 145 for 8. So it'll be interesting to see how they close that one out. Just another note for your diaries as well. The Women's One Day International against India takes place here at the Banks Homes Riverside in Chester Street, 22nd of July. There is a link, I am told by our producers, in the YouTube comments section and underneath this very live stream. So do go and get your tickets for that one. It should be a cracker. But we're not focused on that. We're focused on this. In this standalone T20 fixture for the first time in Durham's history, can they make history? Can they pick up their first home T20 win of the season? It's a big question, and it needs some very, very good commentators to answer it. Fortunately, we have Claire Jenkins. Unfortunately, we have Ash Thorpe.
Right. Well, I can tell you exactly how the Durham's men's innings ended on 157 for 8. Jimmy Neesham bringing up a half century.
Talking of Kiwis.
Off just 34 balls. Yeah, absolutely. Big from Nish. And this is well set up, Claire, isn't it? Durham, really, really good total.
Yeah, great total. I mean, you know, I suspect this was beyond their wildest dreams as a total. But quick outfield, so we won't know till both teams.
There's a little bit more experience in the bowling lineup as well, and we're going to see that immediately with Lauren Filer into the attack. And she does what all Durham fast bowlers seem to do, and I don't know why. In my Australian terms, we would say she stacked it, but she's fell straight into the pitch in her follow through,
which is typical of Lauren Filer. I mean, I was chatting with her parents last week at Taunton, and nobody can seem to work out what it is. It looks like it. For me, it looks like the follow through. After she releases the ball, she kind of goes up and over her ankle.
You can see she's done it a few times. She's got bandages on both elbows.
She has.
And that will be literally
it's
from
a long
falling
way to
over.
Fall from there, isn't it, as well?
Absolutely. Well, Kelly is off the mark first ball. And it'll be Tammy Beaumont. Just asking the umpire to stand a little bit closer, please. James Middlebrook, so I don't clip you behind the ear. An immediate pace and bounce from the England international. I mean, it doesn't take much to get bounced to Tammy Beaumont, but that definitely did bounce from back of a length.
Yes, it makes it look like it's going very high, doesn't it?
Indeed, it does.
The proportions.
And she stayed on her feet.
And she stayed on her feet this time. I think she's a potential future national treasure. I'm predicting that one as well.
There you go.
Polly mentioned her debut for England in that Test match at Old Trafford, and the crowd spontaneously started clapping as she bowled. You know,
love fast bowlers crowds, don't they?
It
bring
was
that
just
excitement and buzz.
An instinct thing.
This is pushed away out into the offside, but just the dot Good start from Lauren Filer.
Polly mentioned about they're going to need, at half time, she mentioned about they're going to need to be tight in the field, and they certainly are. But they've got the incentive of a big total to defend, haven't they? So
There should be buzz, shouldn't there, with that total? And if I'm honest, their fielding wasn't probably up to the standards that they expect for themselves or set for themselves.
I think they were shocked by, having got Leah Dobson that first over. I think they thought this was going to be easy, and it wasn't for them. So
this one's short and cut away, but again, can't beat. I think it is Maddie Villiers.
Yeah,
there.
super
It's very
fielder.
difficult with this sun for us to see in that position.
Yeah. Got various people listening. Rosa Simpkins listening of She Talks Ball. She's enjoying that. And Sophie McClelland, she of that test match. She got her umpiring debut.
Oh, nice.
As a substitute when one of the umpires went off. So that same game, she's listening. She's enjoying that as well. Ooh.
And a bouncer.
It's a sort of skiddy bouncer, wasn't
harsh. It's given us a wide.
Ooh.
Not sure about that, but it's a run on the board and it'll be one for the over.
Yeah. Because the interpretation has changed. Which sounds like I know what I'm talking about. The interpretation has changed about whether you can play it or not, and whether it becomes a wide or a no ball this season.
Oh, and a thick inside edge from Beaumont. We'll get her off the mark. But this is what Durham want. They want a quiet start, or ideally, as the lights come on. I'm not sure we're going to need much of the lights tonight. There's a beautiful evening, hardly a cloud in the sky. But yeah, early wickets just to break up.
Settle the nerves.
Yeah.
Yeah. Long shadows here. Banks Homes Riverside. Hope you're enjoying the live stream. Please press that like button so other people can find us.
This is cut. It's cut to the sweeper in the deep, who clings onto an excellent catch. And we talked about picking up early wickets. That is the start that Durham wanted. Is it Sophia Turner out there in the deep? I think it's taken an excellent catch.
See a number, but it's a great catch. There's a crack of the bat as well, so it's a full-blooded shot there.
Yeah, we're just going to have to wait on the scores, but I think it was Sophia Turner out in the deep. Who's back into the side. One of the two changes, Lauren Filer and Sophia Turner. But outstanding catch in the deep.
Kelly goes after she got that 46 in the Surrey game. 5 4s and 2 6s. And a nice 40 in the Lancs, but we're not going to see that tonight here at Durham. As Kelly goes for one, caught Sophia Turner. You're right. Off the bowling of Lauren Filer.
She's another one who didn't talk to me today.
Who's that?
I might start
Lauren
to...
Filer?
No, Lauren, she's lovely. Sophia's lovely as well, to be
right.
fair.
Mm-hmm.
I think because I was in full Durham kit, nobody really recognised me.
You
She was like, I didn't know it was you. I'm sorry.
You weren't in the mascot.
Yeah, I just took
costumes,
the Chester head off, Chester the lion.
So the two mascots are below us here, and I'm convinced because I've got a good imagination that this is Charlotte Edwards and Lydia Greenway just checking this game out here, seeing their prospective, perhaps England A players, because they'll be announcing the team for that to play New Zealand next week as Maddie Villiers comes in. Reverse, but not quite done by Beaumont, and it just drops in front of her.
Seen a lot of reverse sweeps today, Claire, haven't we?
Yeah, more reversing than Sainsbury's car park. As Villiers right arm over, bit of bamboozling spin. Oh, big sweep. I don't know if she got any bat on that, but they get through for one. We're going to get a signal. Oh no, it's
got a bit of glove
bat,
or
bit
toe
of
with the bat.
glove.
Yeah, maybe it's something.
Another one to the total. Blazer 4 for 1 here in the second over. Maddie Villiers, what's she going to serve up? Wily contender, England experience under her belt, aspirations no doubt to be in that A team that I just mentioned against New Zealand. And that's worked into the leg side, and there is no run. I was mentioning beforehand, I didn't quite get to it, but the New Zealand factor, because you've got Craig Cummins, the coach of the Blaze, and Susie Bates, Otago Sparks also. intriguingly, as that's played through that mid-wicket gap we talked about in the first innings, but they only get one this time.
So is
One
he the
horse
head
in
coach, Craig Cummins?
He's head coach
Okay,
of
'cause I saw
the Blaze.
Yeah, Simon Guy, part of the coaching setup there as well.
Yeah.
Just
So they will
down
know
the
each
road.
other, both Otago Sparks coach and Otago Sparks, well, former captain, I think, Susie Bates, if she isn't now. That's up in the air. It's going to go in a gap. Yes, it's going to go in a gap, but it's going to go over the boundaries. Lovely jump there. I hope she's all right there. It's a spectacular jump. She seems to have got back up all
Sophia
right.
again, I think. Yeah, it is.
I think she's more cheesed off with herself for not stopping it, because it was bouncing rather rapidly as it came towards her. 4 more to the total. Blaze 91 for 1. Beaumont on 6. Bryce on 1. Hard to keep Catherine Bryce out of anything. Villiers in. Beaumont works that into the mid-wicket gap again. They're turning and think better of taking that second run. Just the one. And that's the end of the over. 2 overs gone. Blaze are 10 for 1. What do you reckon so far?
I think Durham will be very happy picking up an early wicket.
Oh, yeah.
They'll want the wicket of Beaumont, I think, is
Yeah.
just crucial, isn't she? But this is a good batting lineup for the Blaze. But the
Oh,
more
when you
wickets,
look down it, oh my goodness me.
scary, isn't it?
It is indeed scary.
But wickets will just... partnerships build the momentum, build the run rate, and if they can keep taking wickets and putting that pressure on the Blaze...
But you look at their batting lineup, so we've got Beaumont and Bryce at the moment.
Yeah.
Georgia Elwes, Heather Graham, Sarah Bryce, Ella Claridge, American international, Sarah Glenn, England international, Kirsty Gordon, ex-England international. Potential aspirations to be, again, McCarthy and Ballinger. They can all bat.
Be Filer again. This one's cut away fiercely in front of point. An outstanding fielding in the deep, and that is what Durham really need. Create the energy, create the buzz in the field. Already taken an excellent catch, and that was excellent work out in the deep, Sophia Turner.
She could have given up there, couldn't she?
Easily.
Because the shade is playing with her eye line there behind her.
And that'll make her feel really good. She's been struggling to get into the team. She's made an instant impact as soon as she's got on the field. And we'll see her with the ball in her hand, no doubt, at some stage. That one right off the cue end of Tammy Beaumont's bat.
She's inspecting the end of it. Like, what did I do with that? A quick check of that. Bit of chalk on there. The next one. Lauren Filer, no doubt, will be wanting to aim at those pads of Tammy Beaumont. See if she can get a wicket or an LB.
That's hit to mid-on and hit hard. And straight through Phoebe Turner.
That was cruel, because it sort of yorked her as a fielder almost. It went
It did. They're
underneath her.
the chances that we saw that quite a lot on Wednesday, and Polly would probably back that up when she comes on. There was a load of opportunities just like that Durham weren't able to grab, and it ended up costing them. But tough chance.
Yeah, it was. It would have been a tough chance. Dipping in front of her as well. But nevertheless, Filer will be inspired by the fact that the ball's going in the air. Possible catch chance.
Great Yorker. Excellent Yorker. Threatening to throw the ball back. A bit of byplay between the two England internationals. Little and large.
Tammy Beaumont, she's got a cute dog.
Has she?
I've seen the photograph of
Is it
Ash's
as cute
dog.
as mine?
It is cute. You could properly touch its face. Ash's dog. Tammy Beaumont's has got a lovely black Labrador.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm a fan of the
Cute.
Black Lab.
Cute.
Yorker that's flicked. Got that on the full. Really good hands from Tammy Beaumont as she puts that away for 4 over mid-wicket.
Great timing, wasn't it?
Yeah. Good bat speed.
Just a flick.
Always amazes me. You look at Tammy Beaumont and going back a couple of years for men's cricket, James Taylor, how tiny these players are, but how hard they hit the ball.
Yeah. It's all about technique, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Timing. That was all I was missing with my batting. Technique.
I'll just miss the ball.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good comeback from Filer as this one's dabbed out behind point.
And Turner will do the fielding. And after 3 overs, the Blaze are 21 for 1.
I think the Blaze will have been shocked by the batting innings of Durham. I think they will not have predicted Durham getting off to the partnerships that they did, the score that they did, and I think they are on their heels, as it were, emotionally in terms of, wow, that's a total.
I mean, there's a long way to go, Claire, but do you think maybe a little bit of complacency after knocking off Surrey the other night?
Maybe a little bit underestimating potentially their opposition, because as you mentioned in the pre-shows and things like the stats don't really show how well Durham have played in various phases of various games, the 50 over and 20 over formatters. Phoebe Turner, who I think will be on Lydia Greenway's radar for that potential A team. That's played into. Oh, that's another 4. 4 runs there. Beautiful shot there from Tammy Beaumont again. Yeah, we're just talking about Phoebe Turner. Polly and I were commentating earlier on the 50 over stuff here at the Banks Homes Riverside, and she's had a terrific season in the 50 over format.
Yeah, she's been a real star with the ball.
Yeah, and probably will feel slightly aggrieved that she wasn't in some of those squads against the West Indies as she comes in from the Lumley end. Tammy Beaumont plays that through cover point. There's a fielder there who's going to do a great dive. Another bit of, we talked about this at the halfway. They're going to need to field like that. Real commitment. Lovely diving stop there at cover point on the rope in front of the ground staff.
Is that Sophia again out there? She's an absolute magnet.
She looks like she's winded. She's
Yeah.
taking a few breaths because that was some coverage there. But a great bit of commitment as Holly Armitage has a quick word with Phoebe Turner. No doubt some key advice to her bowler. Right arm over. Tammy Beaumont swings the bat again. It's going to go same fielder. She comes off the rope and they just get the single again. Another one to the total. Blaze are 29 for 1. Catherine Bryce hasn't really faced many.
Yeah,
Tammy Beaumont's been pinching the strike here, I think.
I think what they want to do is get Beaumont off strike as much as possible.
Which they haven't managed so far, because Catherine Bryce has not faced many, but Catherine Bryce has been batting like a dream for Blaze this season. She taps a bat. Oh, little edge! Oh, she's going to get 4 for that! Oh, Ash, she's going to get 4 for that.
Yeah.
Little edge, little slice. It wasn't where she meant it to be, but there's a gap there, so 4 runs.
Yeah, it's tough, isn't it? These power plays, you can only have the 2 fielders outside the circle.
Yeah. Of course, we should also point out to the listeners that it is different in the men's and the women's game. This is a difference. The circle is at 25 yards, regardless of what people will say to you. The men's game is 30 yards. And in the women's game, only 2 fielders allowed out in that first 6 overs as Turner comes in again and bruises Catherine Bryce, I suspect, in front of the stumps, and there is no run. Yeah, 2 fielders allowed outside that circle in the women's game in those first 6 overs.
Yeah, and then just the 4 out, isn't it? After that, whereas in the men's game you can have 5.
And the point was that they wanted to encourage or make it easier for the batters if they can hit up and over those first few overs. That's the idea about it. I think it kind of is counterproductive because it makes the space very small, and it makes the gaps very small. And actually, I would be in favour of it going to 30 overs like the men's game as Turner comes in again, and Bryce charges her. They get through for 1. It's going towards the rope. It's a big dive between the 2 of them. Good fielding in pairs there by the Durham team.
Yeah, Susie Bates, that was.
Yeah, so there's life in the old girl yet. As that's the end of the over. 4 overs gone. Blaze are 34 for 1. Beaumont on 25 and pinching most of the strike. Catherine Bryce on 7.
Yeah, good over that one for the Blaze. Just got this innings little kickstart. As you mentioned there, 34 for 1 after 4. There's a little question here for you on the stream. Who do we think will be in the A squad?
Ooh.
So there's names that popped up of Perrin, Scrivens, Armitage, Heath.
Oh, yes. Good. I like all of those so
seen
far.
Perrin the other day here, but beautifully.
She's she's some kind of she's getting more mature as well, because I've done a lot of commentary for Warwickshire and previously Central Sparks. Seeing her, well, she's not even. I was going to say grow up, but she's still in her teens, isn't she? She's only 18, as Polly says.
Another one who'll be hoping to get that call up will be Maddie Villiers.
Yeah.
Back into the attack from the Finkel end.
Armitage.
She had a leadership role, didn't she, Holly, during the winter?
Yeah, she got the A team, and Scrivens captained the other A team for the two formats. You've got to think potential future leadership of the England side. Maddie Villiers, as you mentioned. Phoebe Turner, maybe. I've been impressed with Grace Thompson. She might be a wild card pick from previously.
She started off the season really well.
Yeah.
That's a lovely sweep shot. They'll find the gap and find the boundary. Bryce is very, very dangerous. Saw her score some runs in the 50 over game here, seeing the Blaze to victory. And that's a lovely start, a beautiful sweep shot.
She's, I was saying with Polly earlier, she's winning player of the match awards like they're going out of fashion. She's a player that I think anyone would want in their side.
Good fielding.
Yeah.
Hugh says I've missed. Is it Ella McCorn? I don't know how to pronounce it.
Ella McCacken, yeah.
So that's probably why I missed it out, because I don't know how to pronounce her name.
Can't have anybody that you can't pronounce. Eva Gray, she's an easy one to pronounce. She might be in there as well.
Tossed up by Villiers. Go away for the single out to Leah Dobson in the deep.
Oh, good leap from Bess Heath there. Just testing how tall she is.
.40 for one, the Blaze. Durham could do with just picking up a wicket here, breaking this partnership. These two experienced players. And again, he's swept away, and we'll find exactly the same gap. This time it's Tammy Beaumont cashing in on what you would have to say is not great line from Maddie Villiers. Just down leg side. And helped along for 4 more.
Could it be a trap? It just looks a little bit loose. I'll give you another one. Ellie Anderson down at Somerset. Bending stumps for fun down there. They haven't been successful as a team necessarily, but she's been bowling well.
This is hammered down the ground, and more work for Turner, who this time is unable to prevent that going for 4. That's another good over for the Blaze, as there's 14 off that over, and they'll end over number 5 on 48 for 1, and these two right in their rhythm now.
Turner nearly had that one then.
Yeah, she'll be disappointed she didn't stop that one. She's done some excellent work in the deep so far.
Yeah.
But if Durham thought that they were ahead of the game, this is a quick reminder that this isn't going to be easy.
Yeah, still work to do as the Blaze head towards that first milestone of 50. 48 for 1. 5 overs gone. 1 more over of the power play as Lauren Filer decides to come on from the Lumley end. She's running in from that 25-yard circle into Catherine Bryce. Oh, I think that's going to be a refusal. Yeah, I'm going to have another go. She's just asking Amy Clark to stand in a slightly different place as everyone resets again. And thanks to Ash, and we're going to... The next voice you're going to hear is Polly Starkey. That was a big movement, lateral movement there from Catherine Bryce. It went through to Bess Heath. There was a big scream, but nothing happened. What do you make of that then, Polly? What do you make of the so far, the 5 overs?
Yeah, I mean, I thought Durham started really well. It's gone slightly looser with Beaumont and Bryce at the crease.
Yeah,
particularly Beaumont.
Yeah, and then feeling that Bryce will pace her innings if she stays in. Oh, straight through. Filer will like that. Straight over the stumps. Straight through to Bess Heath, and there is no run. Yes, Blaze will have relied on Catherine Bryce getting some big scores. Bears 60 not out, Lancs 49 not out, Essex 51 not out. There's a bit of a theme there, isn't there?
Yeah.
Teams are finding it hard to get her out as Filer starts a run again. Oh, elbows. That's play through third. There's a dive, but it's going to be 4 runs. And just as I mentioned that Catherine Bryce may be pacing that innings, she strikes me as a kind of patient character.
Yeah.
She's not afraid to kind of, if she's not on strike, as long as the score's going up.
Definitely. She
a
seems
team
pretty
player,
calm
isn't
as
she?
well. I think that's quite reflective in the style of her batting.
I was at Derby last year for the domestic T20 finals and as a spectator, and I watched the Bryce sisters. They both got 50, I think, in that final, didn't they? And they
they
just took
almost
it away.
both batted towards the
Yeah,
end.
Scotland took it away. Filer comes in again to Catherine Bryce Hart. Oh, that's going to go down the leg side. There's a spectacular stop there from Katie Levick. I'm looking forward to seeing Katie Levick. I love watching Katie Levick bowl. It's proper magic, proper bamboozlement. No doubt she'll be on a bit later. But we're sticking with the pace of Lauren Filer as she adjusts her ponytail, which I know Ash has problems with his ponytail and his hat hair. I mentioned that earlier.
I do really enjoy watching Lauren Filer bowl, especially when she really gets her
It's that
elbows
going,
yeah.
pumping. Yeah. I first noticed her at Edgbaston when Central Sparks played against Somerset Wanderers. Filer comes in again. Oh, it's banged in straight through to the wicket keeper. And there is no run. Yeah, it was a game behind closed doors during 2020, and she and Anya Shubsole really pegged the Central Sparks, Warwickshire now, batters in, and they could not score. But of course they ran out of overs in the end because I think they bowled them out, and then Amy Jones went ballistic and took the game away. But yes, but there was something about that spell of bowling. I was talking to her at the launch event that Polly and I were at, Pancake Day, about just something. I can't remember any of the individual balls. I just remember the feel of that spell of bowling. And hey presto, she ended up in the England team and now making her Durham home debuts. That's banged in. And Tammy Beaumont doesn't quite know what to do with that, and that's a dot ball.
Yeah, there's 2 deliveries where Beaumont has tried to absolutely whack it, and
it hasn't. The ball hasn't quite.
It's really rare to see that happen to
behaved.
Beaumont, but that was fascinating by Filer actually.
It was the end of the over, and that's 6 overs gone. So power play done. Blaze are 53 for 1. Bryce on 16 and Beaumont on 34. Because we saw her play that shot against West Indies where Tammy Beaumont, where she's off the ground and she kind of ramps a shot over what would be kind of, I don't know, fly slip area. It was if you haven't seen it, it's worth looking that up.
I watched a lot of we both watched a lot of Tammy Beaumont bat over the last few weeks.
Tammy Beaumont, Amy Jones, not letting anybody else bat.
Katie Levick is going to bowl for Durham. This one's a wide to start with, and it looks like it could go all the way for 4 as well. So not a good start from Katie Levick. I think Durham just need to be really cautious here because they're at a turning point where Blaze could really take the game away. They need 131 runs still to win. And with 2 solid batters at the crease, it could get a bit nervy. Levick in again. This one's been swept away. Will be fielded. Not particularly cleanly, but stops it from going to the boundary. I think that's Leah Dobson. So they'll run through for 2.
You're right, it does feel like a crucial moment, doesn't it, at the end of the power play. And they've turned to spin.
Yeah, it'll be a bit heartbreaking from a Durham perspective if they threw this one away. They've put themselves in such a good position as Levick's in. This one floats in the air. And there'll just be 1 run available, so 61 for 1.
They found themselves into, we were talking about spells of good play. I was down at Exmouth when they played in that T20 County Cup. We've described it as the FA Cup. Weird game that was. Somerset threw the game away to the extent that it looked like an easy win for them, and it went to a super over. That was very exciting by the seaside.
Levick to the awaiting Beaumont, who slaps this one, but will just find the fielder inside the ring. That was
that's a hand warmer.
Good stop, yeah.
Cartoon hands.
Levick again. This one swept on the leg side. So after that start, it seems to have calmed a little bit, which is what Durham definitely need in this situation. Levick, number 23 on a shirt, and pushed into the offside.
Knocks Lauren Filer over at point.
Must have been a really, really heavy cricket ball to knock her over. .62 for 1.
Oh, field change. The deep square is coming into the offside. Is that Maddie Villiers dropping out to somebody dropping out to the rope?
Yeah, I think that.
At cover point. Holly Armitage right on the circle. Oh.
Wide from Levick.
I was just going to say maybe they need a short fielder on the leg side somewhere, because they're obviously trying to tempt them to top edge.
Levick again. We'll just find Filer again at square. So end of the over. 7 overs gone, 13 remain. 63 for 1, with 126 required for the Blaze to win. Tammy Beaumont 35 from 24, and Catherine Bryce 19 from 16.
Here at the Banks Homes Riverside in this Vitality Blast. Well, I know we've piped on about it, but it is a momentous occasion for them to be playing their first standalone home T20 Vitality Blast game here.
Under the lights as well.
Yeah, under the lights. Oh, we've got to change a bowl in. Catherine Fraser, talking of the Scottish connections. Into Beaumont, comes forward. That's it in the air. There's a fielder underneath it on the road, but it's going to go over her head. Without a cherry picker, she wasn't catching that, was she, Polly? I think she must have thought she was in the chance there. Catherine Fraser, a wry grin on her face as she tempts the big shot from Tammy Beaumont. Durham will be hoping that Beaumont's going to put one to hand next. And that's along the floor to the same fielder. They're just going to get a single. Beaumont will get off strike. And Catherine Fraser will get to bowl at her Scottish captain, Catherine Brycehart. As Lauren Filer is sent out. She must have been naughty. She's been sent out to the rope at cover point. Mid-off coming up to the ring. Played into the leg side. Backward square. There's a fielder there's going to cut that off. Just the one. 72 for 1 are the Blaze. They need 118 to win the game. A little bit behind. Is the DLS? Am I looking at that right? Is that 63 or 83?
Yeah, DLS at 63.
Oh, the head of the DLS, as that's worked into the leg side. It's in the air, but it's going to drop in front of the fielder. Just the single. Rotating the strike here. You mentioned it might be a sort of tipping point. What can Holly Armitage inspire Catherine Fraser to do here as she bowls to her countrywoman? It's played into the leg side. There is a fielder there. Katie Levitt's going to cut that off. Fine leg. Short fine. Alex Hartley there. Position. Fielding position. Short fine leg. Fraser. Into Bryce. Works that into the gap, and Fraser sets off to field for herself, but the fielder on the rope comes in. Just one more to the total. That's the end of the over. So that's 8 overs gone. Blaze are 73 for 1. Bryce on 21, Catherine Bryce, and Beaumont on 43. We could see a milestone here for Beaumont. You mentioned that we've watched them, Beaumont and Amy Jones, bat a lot for England. Very pleasingly. I think we're going to see the India series coming up. Starts with 5 T20s, and that's going to be a very different prospect to the West Indies series, I think.
Definitely. West Indies were slightly depleted as well. Of course, Hayley Matthews and Kiana Joseph actually missed the game due to illness. So,
yeah. And then Hayley Matthews had her arm in a sling, so some sort of shoulder injury.
But West Indies bounced back and beat South Africa a couple of days
They
after having
did,
to fly
yeah.
straight from, well,
They
not
must have been jet.
actually from Taunton, but
Yeah.
had to leave Taunton after those 5 hours of rain, as Sophia Turner is into the attack for Durham for the first time today. This is flicked into the leg side for 1 run.
That's well played by Catherine Bryce, because that was dipping. That's a good ball from Turner. Yes, that must have been
74 for
straight off the plane almost, straight into
Yeah.
that series.
Yeah, it was a really
Bit
quick
clo-
turnaround,
Close turnaround.
especially after 6 defeats on
Yeah.
the trot. It's difficult, but I mean, it was a young West Indies side, and they had a couple of debutants who I thought did really well. And you know, there is definitely promise there as Turner back into the attack. Kind of gets Beaumont a bit caught up. There'll be no run.
Are we gonna see? Has anybody got hit on the head there? We're gonna just.
I'm not sure what
I'm
they're
not sure.
pointing at.
Have the bails been dislodged? Are we having a discussion about what's happened here? Ooh, they're all pointing there. Everyone's pointing in different directions, Polly.
Mysterious.
The umpires come together, the players come together, the batters come together, and everyone's coming on with drinks and treatment kits, and there's loads of people coming on. It's like a party. It's too far away for. Oh, there's a bail
There
off.
is a bail off.
There's a bail off. Mysterious circumstances. Ooh, the mystery at the Riverside. What could this be? So how did the bail get dislodged? Now, we don't have DRS here, although you are watching a live stream. We don't have TV umpire or anything, so the umpires on the pitch have to decide what happened. And they only get one chance to see this. Durham clearly asking questions of what happened. And I'm not quite sure, therefore, what the coaching staff contribution can be from the Blaze, because surely it should only be a physio checking a head helmet or something, but maybe I got that wrong. Anyway, we're all going back to our positions. Whatever happened, a mystery at the Riverside.
Nothing's happened.
That's it. Yeah, we're gonna pull a veil over the whole thing. Starting again.
I would love there to be a little umpire microphone we can tune into
ump mic.
their discussion as Turner continues her over. So on leg side. I just always want to know what they're saying. I do love about cricket that when there is DRS, it is very transparent with what's going on, and obviously all the communication is very clear. I do love that, and I think that's why cricket fans don't oppose it, because obviously in football with VAR it's a bit controversial. I think that's also because of the lack of transparency.
Yeah.
I do love with cricket that you pretty much know what's going on all the time. As Turner's in again, goes through to the keeper. But yeah, with that, I'm a bit nosy. I want to know what's happening.
Yeah. Of course, some of the Vitality Blast you'll be watching, perhaps some of the men's Vitality Blast, they will have TV umpire, but it will only be for umpire referrals. So you won't necessarily hear what's going on, so your nosy nature will not be satisfied.
2 conceded from the over so far. This one to the gloves of Bess Heath again. So 2 dot balls in a row.
Dot balls are going to be really valuable to Durham.
This is a brilliant over so far by Sophia Turner, who has been relentless today in the field.
And that's great to see. Lauren Farley just having a little word with that. Useful advice, no doubt.
75 for 1 as Turner's in. Pushed into the leg side, fielded by Maddie Villiers. So that'll bring about the end of the over. 9 overs gone. 76 for 1. So that's a really good over from Durham. Bit of recovery and just kind of pulling it back and putting the squeeze on the Blaze a little bit.
I think it's going to be an intriguing game, Polly.
It could be a bit of a nail biter in the end, which I'm sure will entertain the spectators.
Yeah, we've got
all around
spectators in. They're enjoying the warmth and the sunshine here. It's a bit of a contrast to when Polly and I were last on commentary up here. It was a 50 over and it was freezing.
I've experienced every single type of
Every
weather.
season,
I've been
have
here
you? Sorry.
quite a few times this season.
Levick into Beaumont. Oh, Bryce, who plays that into the leg side. And there is just the one. 77 for 1. Beaumont edging towards that potential milestone. She's on 44. Bryce on 34. Although Beaumont is getting there faster. We see this sometimes where one batter is the aggressor and the other one is holding an end as the cliche klaxon goes off. Beaumont takes a big swipe at that. It goes to long off. Fielder on the boundary, just the one.
You were talking about the England A side and
Oh, yeah.
the name Ella McCacken
Ella
cropped
McCacken.
up.
Yeah, only because
I mean-
Ash couldn't pronounce it, yeah. Oh, a big movement to the offside. Was a shy at the stumps at the bowler's end. And just the one. Yeah, what were we going to say?
But obviously she scored the first ever century
Oh,
in
yeah.
the Vitality Blast, and
What a great
just
such
such
thing.
a good knock. I mean,
That's
such a
on your
good
CV,
player.
Great. Levitt comes into Beaumont. Big wind-up. It's gone in the air. There is a fielder there, but they're going to need a motorbike to get down. And 6 runs. 6 runs to Tammy Beaumont. And it brings up her 50. So spectacular style there for the England batter. I'm sure Durham are really pleased that she's back playing for the Blaze today as Beaumont gets to 51 off 31 balls. And 6 fours and 2 sixes. So putting those together as Levick responds. That's played through the offside. You're going to get 4 runs there as well. So 10 in 2 balls. And that total that they're chasing has a big nibble out of it with those 2 shots. 6 up and over the covers almost. And then 1 through the point region as Levick bowls again. Beaumont very wristy. And that's going to be the same result. 4 runs. And the ground staff do the fielding there at point. Got the sun in their eyes there. That's the end of the over. And that's 10 overs gone. Blaze are 93 for 1, heading towards that 3-figure. Catherine Bryce on 25 and Beaumont on 59. And I'm going to give way. We're going to have a little swapsy round as Blaze contemplate how they get to that 100 milestone. 96 more to win.
Seamless transition as we move across.
That was expert.
Changed it, yeah. I'll tell you what was expert there. I was just saying that Durham were just starting to get a little squeeze on, and Tammy Beaumont went 6-4-4.
Oh, Tammy Beaumont makes cricket look easy.
Yeah, that wasn't fair, that 6.
Maddie Villiers into the attack for Durham, and this one's been dispatched. I think that'll go for 4 in the end, or it's given 6.
Yeah.
It looked like it
Just
bounced,
over the
but
rope, yeah.
yeah, given 6. And this is complete ease from the Blaze. 99 for 1. This is not the start Maddie Villiers would have wanted to a third over.
Yeah, great batting from the Blaze. Like I said there, Durham were just squeezing. And that run rate had gone up to 10.5 and over, and now it's just over 9 within 4 balls.
Villiers again slapped down the ground, but we'll just find Sophia Turner, who, as I said before, has been relentless in the field and also bowled well. So that's the 100 runs up for the Blaze just after the 10 over mark. And Durham are going to have to be really careful to not let the Blaze run away with this game after starting so well. Beaumont leans back and pushes that through the offside. And it goes for 4. Lovely shot. Just a sample of what she can do.
Isn't she on a roll now? Wow.
As I was saying to Claire before, myself and Claire have watched a lot of Tammy Beaumont over the last few weeks. I think probably seen her score over 300 runs or so in an England shirt and now in a Blaze shirt. Villiers to Beaumont, utilises the leg side this time. I'll just get the 1 run. So slightly more tentative than the last few shots we've seen.
Everything right out the middle of her bat at the moment.
84 runs the Blaze require to win. As Villiers in again, there's a big appeal. The umpire's not interested, but that could have been a really big turning point, a really significant moment. Did Beaumont start to walk off then?
Not sure
Am I
what's
going
happened.
mad? Because she started to walk past the umpire
She
towards,
definitely had a wander.
and then she suddenly quickly turned back. Wonder what went on there. Lily is in. Bryce opting for the leg side. 105 for 1. 106 for 1 even at the end of the over. 11 overs gone. 9 overs remain.
Yeah, just jumped ahead on the comparisons now. The Blaze, a couple of really good overs. But this is just where Durham started to press the accelerator, kind of overs 13 and 14. So the Blaze will be aware of that. But Durham really need to break this partnership. They're going to turn to Sophia Turner. Went for just 3 off her first over. And Durham will be hoping that she'll be just as greedy again in this one, because at the moment this partnership is in real danger territory. 106 for 1. Pace off, and that's cut away. And Fraser does the work in the deep. And the Blaze will pick up a couple. Catherine Bryce saw her back beautifully, didn't we, in the 50 over game here as well, when Durham just had a glimmer of hope that they were back in the game. She took that away from Durham pretty quickly. Another slower ball from Turner. Out into the deep. So that was quite effective at the back end of Durham's innings. Durham's last over, I think, only went for 3 or 4, didn't it? 4, in fact. From Bryce, so the last couple, yeah, didn't really go for that many. That's hit too long on. Will it go over long on? It will. And that is the thing now with these international batters. You can put a fielder on the rope and they don't care. They'll just hit it right over them. That's outstanding batting.
Yeah, no words. Just huge shots from Beaumont. And Bates put everything into that to leap for it. And came clattering down the other side of the rope.
So you mentioned that Turner took all the pace off that, so Beaumont had all the work to do. With a real flourish of the bat, got it over mid-on. Oh, that was tight. Turner hands in head there, thought she had Beaumont LBW. Still plenty of work to do. Best part of 9 and over required. 73 from 50. So not plain sailing, but at the moment they're making this look easy work. Get another slow ball from Turner. This time Bates is able to collect it on the floor.
117 for 1. Beaumont moving to 71 from 37. Catherine Bryce 37 from 32.
Well bowled. Again, pace off from Turner. Finishes with a dot. So a handy over 11 from that over. 117 for 1 now, the Blaze. Tammy Beaumont matching, if not better, than the Susie Bates innings. And Catherine Bryce not going too badly either.
Yeah, this partnership has been key for the Blaze, and Durham will be very, very keen to break it and not let them take the game away. Just 72 runs the Blaze need to win. At the same stage, Durham were 102 for 3. I think what's important to note, though, was like over 13, 14, 15, they were huge overs for Durham, and that's where they really accelerated. So the Blaze will have to replicate that somewhat.
Yeah, if you're looking at an indication of where the game is at, Duckworth Lewis Stern is saying 107 is the par score at the moment.
Phoebe Turner's back for her second over, and we've gone for 13 in her first over. This one just finds point.
Sun looking to set over in the west. Lights just starting to have an impact here on the ground. Beautiful evening here at Chesley Street.
Turner through her rhythms, and this has been slapped away. Dobson do the work on the leg side boundary. 119 for 1. Yeah, the sun is glorious. I think I've chosen the right time to come to the northeast. The last couple of days have been so beautiful.
Yeah, you're right.
Turner back into the attack. Push down the ground. We'll just get the one run. 120 for 1. 69 runs to win. Beaumont now on 72. Bryce on 39. Filer just having a quick chat with Phoebe Turner.
It's a good start from Phoebe Turner. Singles off the first 4 balls. What Durham will be looking for now is to not go for a boundary and hope to pick up a wicket.
Turner 17 on her shirt.
Hey.
And that's Boulder. Middle stump has gone flying, and that's the crucial wicket. Catherine Bryce has gone for 39, and that's really important for Durham. Phoebe Turner, smile on her face as she knows she's done a really good job to dismiss someone who has built a really good partnership with Tammy Beaumont. And that's given Durham a little bit of hope back.
Yeah, it's a lovely knock that from Catherine Bryce. Impressed every time that she comes up to the northeast. Played beautifully, 121 for 2. And good use of the slow ball there from Phoebe Turner. Right on the money. Making the batter try and get all the pace on the ball. Just when you think Durham have a glimmer of hope, Georgia Elwes strides out to the crease.
Yeah, this is the thing with the Blazers lineup, is you can get a wicket, but then a really class player is going to come into the attack. Georgia Elwes scored 61 against Surrey, 53 against Lancs, and 52 against the Bears, so she's definitely in good nick. Of course, you've also got Tammy Beaumont at the other end, who's on 63 from 40. So it's still a slightly precarious position, but hopefully that wicket would have, fired up the Durham players and makes them feel back in the game. 68 runs the Blaze need to win. Turner to Elwes. First ball.
Oh, just had the spin on the ball there.
Yeah.
Thought Leah Dobson had run past it. She does well in the end. That would have been a killer, losing a boundary in that fashion just after picking up the wicket.
Oh, yeah, that would have been frustrating. 123 for 2 after 13 overs, 7 overs remain. And the Blaze need 66 to win.
Yeah, just the 6 off that over and the wicket. It's a good one for Durham. As you can see, the beautiful sun in the sky over the Dun Robson Pavilion. You're right, we have been blessed with some beautiful weather here the last few days. It's going to be Katie Levick to come into the attack. Durham need their star spinner to join the party here. 2 overs for 27 so far. She gets right across the stumps, and that will run away for 4. As soon as it beats the infield, there's no catching up to it. An under edge on the sweep. Tammy Beaumont just not missing out at the moment. 77 now. You're right, she's had a great summer so far, hasn't she? She comes down the wicket and hits that back over Levick's head, and that will be another 4. Not missing a beat after losing the wicket. Beaumont immediately transferring the pressure back onto Katie Levick.
Yeah, Tammy Beaumont is just flying. As you say, she's had such a good start to the summer. 2 centuries for the Blaze in the 50 over comp, and then 2 ODI centuries for England. And she's just doing it with so much ease.
Yeah, she needs some more throwdowns. Levick's going to try around the wicket.
Her ODI at Leicester in the post-match press conference, she said that, her words not mine, she had man flu. So
you can't get man flu, you lot. Listen, we've got one thing that we can claim, right? You don't understand man flu. She's going to be out, is she? Huge wicket. That one just bouncing a little bit, and excellent from Catherine Fraser diving forward. And is that the wicket? Is that the moment that pushes Durham further on? They picked up wickets in back-to-back overs, and importantly, both in batters, and now back in the pavilion.
This is a huge moment for Durham. So important. I mean, the wicket of Bryce was key, but to get Tammy Beaumont out, who is 81.
It's a super knock, wasn't it?
Yeah, from 44 balls as well. Really good strike rate, and just some incredible shots. Those sixes were brilliant too. So Beaumont, she looks a bit disappointed that she didn't manage to get the job done being out there in the middle, but yeah, a really, really fine knock.
If Tammy Beaumont walked past you in the ground and you went, oh, she's just hit 11 fours and 3 sixes, you went, well, how? She must be, what, 5'2" or something?
Yeah, I mean, I'm short and she's shorter than me. Yeah. I think she's probably closer to 5 foot. I think I'm
incredible.
5'2". Yeah, so much power.
Who have we got? We've got the Graham at the crease. It's going to stay round the wicket, Katie Levick. That run rate's still over 9 per over, so not easy for the new batters coming in. And that'll be a wide down the leg side. That's the danger of just staying round the wicket. I was hoping that Levick might just come back over. It's a tough angle to bowl out for the leg spinner. Is there an inside edge there? Thought that might have just lobbed up to Heath.
Regardless, it's a dot ball, which is what's important for Durham here.
Yeah, dot balls and wickets. Absolute gold for Durham. 2 new batters at the crease. Another sweep. Thuds into the pads. And that ends what started off as a pretty brutal over with back-to-back boundaries, and ends with the crucial wicket of Tammy Beaumont. And end the over 132 for 3 now. That run rate just up to 9.5 and over. And what Durham would really want to do is try and squeeze a couple of overs in, get that run rate above 10 towards 11, and for the first time really build a bit of scoreboard pressure in this innings.
This is the first time since the 8th over that at the same stage Durham were ahead. Ooh. So at the same stage Durham were 133 for 3. Obviously the Blaze 132 for 3. So
there you go.
Fine margins, but obviously the next few overs were huge for Durham. Phoebe Turner, who took the wicket of Bryce's back, slapped but finds a fielder inside the ring. I suspect there'll be some quick running between the wickets just to get those extra runs, so Durham will want to be sharp in the field. I saw them practicing run-outs and shying at the stumps in their warm-ups. 133 for 3, 56 the Blaze need to win from 5.5 overs.
Yeah, 35 balls.
Turner to Graham. A couple of shouts. They're going to scramble 3 for a single. Again, an example of shying at the stumps. Oh, they're going to get a second.
Lauren Filer does very well there, backing up.
Yeah, I was going to say, Graham was looking to go for another run. Georgia Elwes sent her back in the end. 134 for 3.
Probably not an easy time to come into bat either. I mean, the scoreboard pressure and the light is just at that stage where the natural light and the floodlights are fighting against each other.
I'll just get the 1 run from this, so good from Turner.
Is there a bit of brilliance, a bit of magic in the field from Durham that can just...
They look a little bit more electric after those 2 wickets. There's a bit of energy in the field. Turner in again. Once again, just go inside the ring. Finds Holly Armitage. So 135 for 3. A very welcome dot ball. This has gone aerial. It's going to go over the head of the 2 fields. It does plug. They're going to. Oh, it's going to go all the way for 4. It looked like it may slow in the field with it plugging, but it's a fast outfield.
It's probably one of the longest parts of the ground as well.
Yeah.
They're right in the corner next to the dugouts. There's a bit of pressure that on Graham. 4 balls without scoring.
139 for 3. Turner with the final ball of her over.
Oh, it's a catch.
That was an opportunity. She stuck out her hand.
Tough in the follow through.
Yeah.
And not hit perfectly from Graham, but hit well enough. That ends the over. Over number 15. 140 for 3. 49 from 30 balls required. As Polly moves out and Claire is going to move in next to me for the finale. The last 5 overs. All to play for still.
Now, Ash, you've let them get away from us. Oh, that Beaumont innings and
It was
those
superb, wasn't it?
6s and 4s and, you know, putting them back to back and, you know, taking 10 off 2 balls.
Yeah, she's one of the form players in the world right now, Tammy Beaumont. But she's back in the pavilion now, and there's not much she can do apart from watch as this game comes to its conclusion with 5 overs remaining. Who have we got here? Maddie Villiers.
Yeah.
Durham will love every dot ball. Bess Heath wearing that one right on the chest.
Heather Graham, the Australian import, who's played previously under the Blaze and the regional system as well.
Just pick up an easy single there down to long on. Durham won't mind that. It's boundaries that are going to hurt Durham at the moment.
Of course, Heather Graham replaced Maddie Green, who was another Kiwi. So big Kiwi.
They're
factors.
everywhere.
They're everywhere.
Just experience from Elvis, just taking her time. Oh, and this one I thought was going to beat Levick, but there was no real pace on the ball. Seen so many boundaries run away fine either side of the wicketkeeper today. Indication of good pace in the pitch and a really, really quick outfield.
Yeah. I mean, you mentioned it early on, didn't you, that the outfield is pretty slick, so it's going to be, once it's gone past you, it's gone past you.
Yeah. You don't catch many. This is swept away into the deep at Cow Corner and will find the gap. And will run away for 4. Graham. Every time she looks under a little bit of pressure, just picks up a boundary. That's what they're capable of, aren't they? Hitting boundaries when they need them.
Well, they're a class side and certainly a class batting line-up as well. You get one and then another one comes in and they need wickets here.
This is swept again into the same gap. And it's going to spin away for 4. This is good batting. What can Durham do here?
Yeah, they need a cunning plan, don't they?
150 up now.
Yeah, what can Holly Armitage impart?
Just having a look there at that field. Can they bring up mid-off and put another fielder out on the leg side? They look quite content to have long off.
They need to do even something just funky just to make the batters think, what's going on here?
Need to get this a little bit fuller.
It's a little bit flatter, and it's hit this time through the covers off the back foot, just giving the length, and that is 3 consecutive boundaries. That's really hurt Durham. And is that the over that's going to take the Blaze to victory? They need 35 from 24.
Durham desperately need to hunt some wickets down quickly now, because this is running away with them. Holly Armitage needs a plan, so needs to think about her field setting. Can they do something different? Because at the moment, Elwes and Graham are starting to get their feet well under the table, as it were. Sophia Turner to continue. 2 overs have gone for 14 runs so far. And she bring off, or could there be a bit of fielding brilliance, something to just inspire?
That's what they need, isn't it? A little spark.
Little spark, that's right. That's played through the point region. There is a fielder on the boundary there. He's going to cut that off. Just the one. Elwes, I mentioned, a brilliant acquisition for the Blaze, because she can do everything, but particularly with the bat. She got 61 off 46 with Surrey game. She got 52 in the Bears game. She got 53 in the Lancs game. I mean, she's some force and useful bowler and fielder as well. So it's a great acquisition for.
It's a very good signing
for the Blaze. Sort of. Here's some backfiring on the on the road nearby as Turner comes in again, and that's worked into the leg side. And Bess Heath has a bit of running round to do, but is it going to be a leg bye? No, a bit batty, bit batty.
Must have been some
Wooden
glove
leg
or something. It didn't go very far, did it?
No, it didn't go far. Just the one run, and Blaze move on to 156 for 3. Sun goes down behind the scoreboard. Yeah. As you said, the floodlights starting to take effect a bit more now. You only need 33 more to win as Turner comes in again. It's up in the air, but it's going to go up and over, and that's 6. That's an easy shot there. Great shot up and over from Heather Graham.
That was classy. That Elwes on strike there. Claire,
was it Elwes?
Yeah.
Oh yes.
Beautiful the way she just kept the shape. Didn't try and overhit it. Just knew she had to clear mid off.
Yeah.
Didn't she do that comfortably?
She did. And all they can do is watch it sail over their heads. Long off there. Lauren Filer giving a bit of advice to Sophia Turner.
I'd bowl Lauren the next over.
Yeah, Lauren Filer's gone back to the rope here. They've got long off and long on both on the rope in front of us at the Finkel end. And Sophia Turner's opting to go around the wicket to Elwes. Trying to cramp her up. Squirts again to short leg. And get through for a single. Bess Heath has to tidy up again. Blaze 163 for 3. Graham on 19 and Elwes on 13. Heather Graham's a deceptive player. She can sneak through to sort of 20s and 30s.
Yeah, she's 19 from 12 already after initially struggling the
Little
first few balls.
Little word from Holly Armitage to Sophia Turner.
Come on, Fee, what you got for us?
Come on. Right arm round. Heels flying. That's thumped to Cow Corner, where Maddie Villiers will cut that off, and they only get 1. So a big shot there for just 1 run. And Hypercaust, who's always useful to follow, says that 189 would be the highest successful chase in women's T20 cricket in England. The current record is 185 by Yorkshire Diamonds. Don't mention them. Against Southern Vipers at York during the 2019 Kia Super League. Fascinating facts. Oh, it's played back on a square. Oh, past the field, and it's another 4 runs. Elwes is picking these up now.
Yeah, it's a really clever shot, just using the fact that Fee Turner was around the wicket and managing to get down and beat 45.
3 more overs to go.
Yeah, 21
Blaze.
from 18 now.
Yeah, Blaze 168 for 3. And desperate times now because the Blaze have gone into party mode here at the Banks Homes Riverside, Chesterley Street. Lovely evening here. I mean, Andy mentioned it was Friday the 13th, and we thought I think we were a bit overconfident with that total that they put on, and it will be a record chase if they can get this, the Blaze. What can Katie Levick do in response?
She's going to start round the wicket where she had success getting Tammy Beaumont out. But you feel that if Durham win this, the Blaze will have made some errors. Oh, and they nearly make an error there, but they're going to pick up a couple. So I thought she'd skewed that straight to Holly Armitage in the covers. Picks up another couple.
There's almost an intake of breath like it was going to. It was going to be a catch. Ooh.
19 required from 17.
Beautiful sky here at Durham, Chesterley Street.
Attempt at reverse sweep and a big appeal, but definitely outside the line of leg stump.
I think in hope more than anticipation.
Oh, that's not a great throw, that, Mia. Especially with the fielders backing up all the way out on the ropes.
Some words of encouragement in the field.
That's driven away. Susie Bates now in the covers. Does the fielding.
Yeah, she can still
Seems to
get down
follow
and
her, doesn't
back up again.
Yeah.
That's the thing when you get older, isn't it?
Yeah, they're getting up.
I imagine.
Yeah.
It's not the getting down, it's the back up again.
Yeah, I can 100% agree with that. It's nice from Levick. So Heather Graham sweeps that one out into the leg side. Just the single. That's all the Blaze really need at the moment.
Bit too easy, isn't it? Ooh.
Oh, and Elwes, is that another chance?
That would have been a...
Looked like a caught and bowled opportunity. Would have been a hard catch. That's a couple Durham have put down off their own bowling.
That would have been an Inspector Gadget catch.
Yeah.
She did get her fingertips to it.
Last ball of the over. Advancing down Graham, trying to hit a boundary off the last ball. Will just pick up a single. That ends the over and ends Katie Levick's work for the evening. She finishes with 1 for 42 from her 4 overs.
Yeah.
Is this where we see Lauren Filer?
You called it.
Yeah.
Put Lauren Filer back on.
Yeah, we don't want to have her not bowl out and the Blaze to have knocked off the score. So
That's right. Particularly having her back. This is her home debut in Durham colours.
yeah, 1 for 18 so far. Lots on her shoulders. 14 from 12.
Of course,
The magic numbers.
Yeah, of course, the challenge with the speed of Lauren Filer is that an edge will potentially run away quickly as Holly Armitage tries to work out what she's going to do with a short third fielder and short fine leg. They're on the ring at the moment, sort of more or less 45-ish both sides. They're going to have a lot of running to do. This is an edge as elbows flying away from us. Oh, big slosh in the air. It's going to be caught.
Oh
It's
my
dropping
God.
in front of the fielders. Oh, she
I
picked
think
the
that
only
sums up
space.
life for Durham at the moment.
Yeah. Just a pitching wedge into a gap. Ugh.
How can you hit a ball that high to go that far and not be a fielder anywhere near it in the circle? Crazy.
Yeah, Phoebe Turner.
And a single.
It's a bit they sort of... yes. Blaze 176 for 3. Filer, what's her response? Tries to Yorker. It's worked to Maddie Villiers at Cow Corner and they just get a single. Singles won't be enough, of course, because they need 12. 10 balls remaining. We could be in for an interesting end here. What do you reckon?
Let's hope so.
Yeah.
I'd take interesting at the moment because
Yeah.
the Blaze cruising right now.
Holly Armitage just trying to take a bit of pressure out of it. Well, she has a chat with Lauren Filer. What we're going to do next, Holly Armitage brings the cover fielder more straight. She
Probably
goes
indicate
into a
pace off.
cover point position herself as Filer comes in. That's played up and over the fielder. That's his easy pickings. One bounce for Heather Graham there, who moves on to 29. Well, it seemed like a plan, and we said they needed more than a run of ball. And then they take 4, and suddenly the pressure's off. 50-run partnership here between Elvis and Graham. Elvis, 18 of those. Graham, 29 off 29 balls. Not even 20 minutes.
No.
19 minutes.
It's happened
So
in a
yeah,
hurry.
it has. And this is the problem with a quality batting lineup. You can never ease off. You need those wickets. And Lauren Filer will need all her England experience here to try and work out what they're going to do. So they brought the square leg fielder into level with the umpire on the 25-yard circle. Holly Armitage just dropped to the rope, long off. Filer in. It's played to, it's backward a square. That's going to be 4 runs. That's an easy 4 runs there. And then nibbling away at this, big chunks. 4 more to the total. And it's the last rights here as Blaze 185 for 3. This will be a record run chase, and they only need 4 more runs to win. Graham on strike, and she's just hit a 1 bounce 4. Filer, can she get a wicket? Can they get a domino effect? Graham hits it up. There are a couple of fielders there. Oh, almost a spectacular catch. Just the 1 run. Oh my, that was nearly plucked out of the air there.
Yeah, Catherine Fraser, I think.
Catherine Fraser, yeah. Just diving backwards off the ring, got a hand to it, and it looked like it was going to stick. Everyone's sort of holding their breath. Unfortunately, it dropped and they got through for a single. They only need 3 now to the Blaze. Here under lights at the Banks Home Riverside in this historic fixture, the first standalone women's Vitality Blast here. Filer, can she rattle through? Oh, it's ramped up and over the fielder, and that's 4 runs, and that's the end of the game. Oh, it had so much promise. After the batting innings from Graham and that record chase by the Blaze. Well batted by the Blaze, you have to say. But, yeah, the bowling attack, not quite enough. They did work hard with the field to cut those 4s off on the rope, but couldn't hold it back. So the Blaze win with a record run chase.
Yeah, they did it so well. I mean, you've got to take your hat off. Listen, the Durham girls gave everything tonight, and they fell short. They scored a record total, 188 for 5, brilliantly led by the overseas player Susie Bates. Really handy knocks from Bess Heath and from Maddie Villiers.
And then Tammy Beaumont says, hold my coat.
Yeah, I can do that.
I can do that.
Yeah,
I've done
I
that
can
for
do
England.
that. I've been doing that for the last few weeks. So easy. Catherine Bryce with 39 from 35. And then what a partnership at the end between Georgia Elvis and Heather Graham. Just when Durham thought they had an opportunity to maybe squeeze something in, Elvis 24 from 12, Graham 34 from 21, and the Blaze have knocked that score off, 3 down with an over to spare. So you can see the team shaking hands out in the middle, the ground staff sweeping up and doing their renovations. And it's just a bit of a heartbreaker that for Durham. I really feel for them, Claire. You know, they were in such a good position, and they've just fallen up against.
Yeah, the Blaze win by 7 wickets, which isn't the full story. Isn't the full story, is it?
No, it's not.
It's
not. And to chew the fat over that, we're going to go into the Daven News studio with Andy and Polly, who can talk us through a bit of a heartbreaker.
Ash, thank you as ever. Brilliant stuff, mate. Another home game goes by, and another game without a home win for Durham. I mean, can we not have one win this season to discuss in the Daffer News studio? Polly Starkey alongside me. Claire will join us in a second, I'm sure. I mean, Polly, where do we even start? I mean, Ash has described it beautifully there. It's more heartbreak, it's more disappointment, and more frustration, really, for Durham.
I mean, it's sports summed up, really. It's just, it's brutal.
We sound so cynical, don't we? We sound so lacking in energy.
Yeah, no, it's really tough. And I think the batting performance that Durham put in, you know, they didn't get out of the game like what they really deserved, I don't think. And we mentioned this on commentary, but Hyper, of course, gave us a great stat that, you know, since 2019, this total has been held that no team has been able to chase down, and that's exactly what the Blaze did today. So actually Durham posted a really good total and one that shouldn't have been chaseable. But, you know, in the end, the Blaze have a really good batting lineup, and, you know, Tammy Beaumont did her thing and scored 80 odd, and then you get one player out and you just get another class player coming in, and that's really tough.
Claire, thank you very much for scooting across from your chair. Wonderful movement. Sorry we couldn't get you a win on your Durham Live debut, most certainly today. Is it more frustrating that, like Polly's rightly said there, this is a record that's been held since 2019, but the Blaze have chased that down with many balls to spare and haven't gone down to even a final ball nail-biter?
Not that many balls in the end. But yeah, it was frustrating because I think we had a real sense of optimism at the halfway, a big total, a record chase. And when you're talking about Kia Super League, so that's like the last lot of how it worked was the regional setup, and Kia Super League is before that. So that shows how far back you've got to go in the stats. So I think, you know, they always talk about taking the positives out of these things, but it was a big total. They did well, and Susie Bates. Ash mentioned it, that, you know, the players refer to her as the GOAT. I mean, she is amazing. And she really held that together. But when you look at the batting lineup, that's where when you've got that kind of roster of players, you can't rest on early wickets because you've just got to keep taking them.
If Susie Bates is the GOAT, what the heck is Tammy Beaumont then, Polly? She's 5'2". Ash described her beautifully on commentary, saying you wouldn't look at her and think she's hit 11 fours and 3 sixes, but my word, she can strike a ball.
Oh, honestly, she's just such a good player. I've seen her in so many different shirts and teams, and she's just consistent across the board. And whatever format she's playing, you know, she hasn't been in England's T20 side for a number of years, but, you know, I think she was the first player to score 100 in the 100, and did that with complete ease. She comes out here and scores 81. Just, you know, as you do, she's in great form, and she's such a hard player to bowl to, and she looks so comfortable. And, you know, the strokes she was playing, especially those sixes, I was just like, right, this is not fair.
It's so easy. It's like watching an artist with a paintbrush, isn't it?
Exactly.
Paint strokes. Well, Ash Thorpe's had enough. He wants to leave, so I'm going to let him move across the cameras if you want to. Are you happy, Ash, there? You happy just watching us do our stuff? And discussing another defeat on Durham Live. Look, Claire, I mean, we can talk about Tammy Beaumont. Excellent. I'm going to ask you a pretty difficult and direct question here. Did our bowlers do enough?
I just started to point to it at the very end there. It may just have been that sharpness with the bowling. They did well with the fielding, although I think once the Blaze started to get some partnerships together and start to build that total, and you kind of see the kind of what became inevitable, I think that then you know, it's hard to keep your concentration. It's hard to keep that optimism, which I think they will have been buoyed at the halfway mark. I think they would have been well chuffed to get to, if they'd said, look, you can have this at the halfway stage. I think that they would have taken that. So, yeah, I think they've kind of slowly had the air taken out of their metaphoric tyres, as it were.
It's a great way to put it, actually, having the air taken out of them. Because let's face it, we deal in facts here in the Durham Live studio. We have a good time, but we deal in facts as well. And this is the second time in 3 days now that Durham have set a very, very good total. 162 on Wednesday, 188 today, and fallen on the wrong side of the results both times. What the heck does that do psychologically to the team, Polly?
It's so tough. It's so difficult because in their heads, they've kind of done everything possible. You know, they put a really big total on the board, and I don't think they were like awful by any means with the bowling in the field, but it's those tiny margins, and that's what makes a difference. And although the Blaze weren't completely clinical with the bowler in the field, and they did make mistakes, you know, Durham weren't on the right side of the chances, and they have to take those chances. And I think more importantly, when they go to take a catch, it doesn't go right, it's the bouncing back, it's okay, it doesn't matter, let's pretend that didn't happen and let's just focus. And I think sometimes they describe it as a bit of head loss, and I think there was a little bit of that, especially towards the end, where your optimism goes and you think, actually, we don't stand a chance, let's not bother. And I'm by no means am I saying the Durham players were like, oh, we don't care anymore, but it's really hard to get that internal motivation. Even if that motivation's a win, it's still so difficult when you're essentially being torn apart by the opposition.
Yeah. Do you think it will weigh quite heavily on their minds? I mean, I know Ash was saying pre-match how emotionally they were after that defeat on Wednesday, Claire. To have it happen twice in 3 days, it's tough on them, isn't it?
I mean, they did get a big total, so that that they did build some partnerships, and they certainly put Blaze on the back foot. I think the Blaze were. It felt like they were shocked that they really weren't expecting Durham to come at them like that and to get that kind of. So, I think that at the halfway stage, what that did was it gave Durham lots of optimism, and I suspect it had the galvanising effect on the Blaze, who thought, right, okay, we can do this, and with the batting lineup they have, they can do it clearly. So
absolutely. Well, they haven't got long to kind of rest up and to go again. They've got Somerset, a long old trip down to Somerset on Sunday. How do they recover for that one, Polly? I mean, this isn't just a physical thing, like I've touched upon. This is a mental thing now they're going to have to get over.
100%, and I think it's definitely more for the bowlers. I think the batters have done their job and have done really well. So it's difficult if you're a bowler and you've had those two really tough defeats where it's kind of been the bowling unit that's been the weaker side of the game. I think with Somerset coming up, it's an opportunity. Somerset have also struggled in the competition so far, so it's a chance to get some points on the board, and it's a chance to take on a weaker side. And also Somerset will look at the score today and be intimidated by that. They'll be like, oh wow, Durham put some runs on the board. So I think if Durham can replicate that sort of batting, then they'll have a much easier task at hand, because as I say, that the Blaze are probably maybe Group Surrey, and that's well the only side that could potentially chase this total down. So it's really tough for Durham, and obviously yes, they'll look back and probably really scrutinise parts of their bowling and their fielding, but at the end of the day, they did well with the bat. It's the ball that's the margins that they need to improve on.
I like how we're ending it almost on a positive note in the Durham live stream. We always like to be positive, no matter what the results. So Claire, you get the final word.
I was just going to say, I watched Durham beat Somerset it was in Devon, but we won't mention that, in the T20 County Cup. So, I mean, if I were you want to give them positive message. You want to say, well, you beat them in a super over where you really should not have been anywhere near that game. So, in recent, travel plus beating Somerset. Somerset are a young side. I think it will be kind of on paper a more even match. So I think that they'll be looking forward to it in that respect. It isn't Surrey, it isn't Hampshire, and it isn't the top team. So I think they've got much to build on.
Fingers crossed for a second T20 win of the season then for Durham on Sunday. I said we were ending it on a positive note. It wasn't so positive, the result here in Chester Street, but down at Northants, the Blokes have gone and won. They've beaten the table toppers in the North Group, so at least there's a positive result there for the men down at Northants. Excellent win for Ryan Campbell's boys down there. They're back in action here in Chester Street next Friday, where there's another double header. Essex for the visitors, rather, for the women, and Yorkshire, the visitors, for the men. So it's Derby Day next Friday. Guys, that pretty much wraps us up most perfectly. Polly, thank you as ever. Absolutely brilliant. Claire, I'm sorry we couldn't get that win for your Durham Live debut.
I know. Weather was nice, though. You did well with the weather.
Exactly. And we got to experience so much of it stuck inside a studio. But, it's all good anyway. Thank you very much to you two. Brilliant stuff as well to Ash Thorpe. Once again, an absolute maestro in the punditry chair and as a commentator throughout today. And thank you to you all for watching this game and this historic night for Durham, wherever you're watching in the world or exclusively live on Fan Code in India. Like I say, an historic day for Durham, their first standalone T20 match here at the Banks Homes Riverside. But while they were rewriting history, there was no winning end to tonight's chapter, unfortunately. The wait goes on for a home win this T20 season. From me, Andy Sixsmith, from all of us here on Durham Live, thanks for watching. We'll see you soon.